Good morning, my lovely friends. How are you? Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. It's been ages. How have you been? How have you been? It's so wonderful to be here today. Beautiful weather out there, but stick with me all morning. We've got a cracker coming up. In fact, got two crackers coming up. Anyway, let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Have you been listening to the birds singing in the morning? Isn't it wonderful, that dawn chorus? I love it. 4 a.m, nothing like it. Now, our early bird today, it's all about getting a great deal on something you love. This morning's no exception. I've got a pack of Millwood Quilters clips. There are 100 in this. They come in this sealable bag, so you can store them in there, and you get 100 Quilters clips. There are all these different gorgeous pastel and bright colours. I think that's really useful because you can use the colours to actually label, if you like, your different patches, row 1, row 2 and so on. You can also use these for holding your fabrics together when you've prepared them. Maybe when you've cut all of your logs for a log cabin, different lengths, you can clip them together and hold them. You can use these when you're putting your binding on a quilt to hold the binding in place while you're sewing. They're also really useful when you can't pin, so something like PU or really thick layers, vinyl, anything that you couldn't stick a pin through, or just thick layers like Boselinar form. Also really good for just kind of organising yourself. So maybe you're doing foundation paper piecing or you're doing English paper piecing. You've cut out all of your shapes and you just want to hold them all together. So you get 100 clips, great for dressmaking. If you've been watching Sewing Bee, lots and lots of people use quilters clips for holding their dressmaking patterns together as well. They are super, super useful. Now, $14.99 is the regular price. That is an absolute bargain on any day of the week. However, it's our early bird. So come on, Ben, let's do it. Oh, now, I was hoping for that. I wasn't expecting it, but I was hoping. Under £10, $9.99. That means every clip is costing you 10p. That is absolutely fantastic. I remember when Quilters clips first came out and you paid about $9.99 for 10. When they first came out, they were about $9.99 for 10. So that is absolutely fantastic. You get 100. Now, also remember as well, nice and strong, Millwood quality. They're great, really strong. Also, you get the flat side. Okay, the flat clear side is what goes on top of your fabric. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab this so I can just show you. So when you clip them on, you want the coloured side underneath and the flat side on top. And there are actually markings. Can you see those markings? So you can actually position this to delineate your seam allowance. So you can measure your seam allowance with your clips as well. It's super useful, isn't it? It's super useful. Loads of you with this in your basket. Check out nice and early, and then you know you've got your first order in. What does that mean? Well, if you pay one postage, you pay postage for the whole day. Doesn't matter how many times you order. Jerry's got in touch from Shropshire to say, good morning. These also make great freezer clips for open packets. That's a brilliant idea, Jerry. It's true. Cereal, rice, pulses, anything like that, you can reseal the top. Brilliant idea. Well done. Yeah. Some nice mornings as well. Yvette says good morning. Pam says good morning. Lovely, Stuart. Thank you so much for that. Delia says good morning, Stuart and team. Oh, they're all saying good morning. We've got Charlie directing today. We've got Ben producing. And we've got fabulous Dan on floor today. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Another beautiful day. Isn't it lovely when you can say that? Hel's got in touch to say, good morning, lovely Stuart. Hel, good morning to you as well. Wonderful to have your company. Now, our early bird today is Quilters clips. Look, I can't help myself. I'm already sorting them into colours. But I do use those colours to delineate row 1, row 2, row 3 and so on. Or just to organise, you know, I'm piecing this first, this second. You've got all sorts of different colours represented in your pack of 100. And they're really durable. You get a resealable bag to keep them in. yeah, which is really useful to have as well. You should be paying $14.99, but they're our early bird this morning, so you're just paying $9.99. Now remember, when you're shopping today, every time you shop, just remember to combine your basket at the end of shopping, and you'll only pay 1p and p, $3.95 all day till midnight tonight. Keep checking out your early bird. I say your early bird, but I'm actually going to delight you this morning because I've actually got a second. Yes, I've got a second early bird. Now, I can't quite believe that we've got this as an early bird, and you are going to love the price. What is it, Stuart? I hear you asking. What is it? Well, it's one of my favourite products. It's the wool pressing mat. This is fabulous, absolutely fabulous. Don't know why we've got this as an early bird, because it's something that we definitely don't need to reduce the price on this, but we're going to. This is the 30.5 centimetre square. Is that 12 inches? I think that's 12 inches. Yeah, it's 12 inches square. Really thick. Look at the thickness on that. Double-sided, durable. I mean, you won't get a flatter quilt block than using a wool pressing mat. Also great if you do starch and press applique. Now, I've got low double figures of this available. I haven't got many. It's $19.99. The price today, Ben? Let's do it. Wow. Wow. Okay, these are going to fly out. If you want the wool pressing mat, half price, you're going to need to be really, really quick. This is going to be our first sellout of the day for sure. Half price, $9.99. Again, when wool pressing mats first came out, I paid nearly £50 for my first wool pressing mat. It was a little bigger, it was rectangular, but it was a wool pressing mat. It cost me $49.99, I think. All right, but $9.99 for this. It's half price, 12 inches square, double-sided. They are absolutely brilliant. Also really good for dressmaking as well, especially things like collars, cuffs, where you want a really good press. Now have a look at this. This is the Mountain Mist wool pressing mat. This is 12 inches by 18 inches. This is our website, $52.99. So that's for an extra 6 inches on one side, okay? But you could buy two of these for less than £20. That is still, what's that, 40% of the price of the Mountain Mist? More in baskets than we've got, so please check out your basket, otherwise you will miss out. And that's not a good way to start the day. I've got 10 of these left now. If this is in your basket, there's 58 of you with it in your basket, 10 left. So this is going to sell out any moment, but there's still time to check out your basket. 6 left now. Claire says, good morning, Stuart, and all. And she sent an emoji with little hearts around it, which I think is absolutely lovely. Good morning, my darling. That's sold out. Well done if you got it. Don't forget our first early bird, those quilters clips. Jane got in there quickly. She says, I've just got mine. Thank you. Have a brilliant show. Jane, stay with us and it will be brilliant. What a start. What a start to the day. All right. Now, let's do the menu and see how the morning's going to work out. I've got 2 absolutely stonking guests this morning. We're starting this hour with Quilting Tools. I'm going to be showing you how to use an amazing half square and quarter square triangle ruler and a skinny and thick log cabin ruler. Lots of great backing fabrics as well. So I couldn't find the words then. 9 o'clock, Louisa Goult is here with her Bold Blossom Quilt As You Go. Now, I'm just going to fly across the studio for a second. Oh, sorry, I didn't even think, was there a camera there? But these quilts are so beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This is in our first hour. These are the Bold Blossoms. Check these out. I mean, how beautiful. Absolutely fresh, summery, strawberries and cream. Absolutely, it's Quilt As You Go. It's Quilt As You Go. And Louisa is going to be showing us how to do that in her first hour at 9. This is a really rich one. This is a bit of me. gorgeous, rich, warm, chestnutty browns. We've got some lovely orange in there and that gorgeous deep bubblegum pink as well. Little owls and foxes on this fabric. It is super cute. That's at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got the Abracadabra Quilt with Janet Clare. Now, Janet always brings a bit of magic with her every time she visits the studio, but at 10 o'clock, she's literally casting fabric spells. At 11 o'clock, Louisa is back with her Hexy Peg Bag. I was not expecting, I want to live in that. I want to make a huge one and I want to live in it. Isn't that cute? 2 different versions, kind of modern and bright and a traditional. Absolutely lovely. At 12, Janet is back with her Messages bag kits, and we never normally get fat quarters, but Janet is bringing bundles of 5 fat quarters. That's about 5 different sets. So if you love Janet Clare fabrics, and frankly, who doesn't, you might want to shop ahead. Now, how do you shop ahead? Well, let me tell you. Go to our website. It's the thing to do. First of all, let's talk about how to message the studio. And look at this. You can message the studio. studio@sewingstreet.com. That comes straight through to me. You can also go onto Facebook at Sewing Street TV. Great community. Or you can message the studio through our website. That was gone before I even knew it. www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and then you can do just that. You can send us a little message. Yes. Is this live? Amazing. I love that. Coming up on today's show, loads of tools. 404 repositionable fabric spray. 10 rotary blades in a pack. We've also got amazing extra wide backing fabrics. You know I hate joining backing fabric. You don't have to with these. They're all extra wide. We've got some brilliant rulers as well. That Creative Grids Flying Geese ruler I'm going to show you how to use. I'm also going to be showing you how to use the skinny and thick log cabin. That's the curvy log cabin. There it is, $28.99. Look at those beautiful extra wide backing fabrics. Great opportunity to get a few in your stash, because when you've got your backing fabric and your wadding in stash, you are much more likely when you finish your quilt top to just crack on and get it finished, and that's the dream. Now, you might want to shop ahead for these. It's the Sewmotion Strawberry Season or Sewmotion Autumnal Days Bold Blossom Quilt As You Go. $81.99 for that. That's amazing. Super, absolutely beautiful, and flying out. Flying out. Then we're on to Janet Clare. Look at that Abracadabra. That is magic. That is magic. Absolutely beautiful. Can't wait to show you the real thing. We've also got square dance instructions. We've also got, look here, the Hexy Peg Bag from Louisa Goult. This is super cute. I think it looks like a little bird house, doesn't it? You can get those bird houses that are like that. I think it's beautiful. Absolutely love the Spectrum version. Beautiful. And then we've got the messages bag from Janet Clare and the fat quarter bundles. Now look at these, $22.50. What a bargain. What a bargain. These always fly, so you might want to shop ahead. This is a great chance. We don't often have Janet Clare fat quarters. We don't often have fat quarters on the channel. Great opportunity. Now, just need to warn you, Janet Clare's Abracadabra Quilt absolutely flying out. Strawberry Season is also flying out. That's that gorgeous, actually the autumnal low double figures. Oh, already low double figures. It's a busy morning. It's a busy morning. And I think as well, when the weather is beautiful, a lot of people shop ahead so that you can get out in the sunshine. Am I right? You don't want to get out in the sunshine. Stay in with me. Let's start off with rotary cutter blades. Let's launch in, because these are an amazing deal. $19.99 for a pack of 10. Absolutely amazing. $19.99. That means you're paying £2 a blade. Have we got a price comparison? Right, Fiskars, 45mm rotary blades, £23.99. That's half the product and an extra £3 and it's very small, £4, £4 more for half the amount. 10 45mm blades. These will fit any 45mm rotary cutter. So it doesn't matter whether it's a stick version like this or a trigger version, or if you've got, you know, the Fiskars, like the guillotine one that Alison Marion loves to use, yeah, they'll fit those as well. So a circle cutter, anything that uses a 45mm blade, these will fit. You get 10 for under £20. Morning, Stuart. It's lovely to see you on Sewing Street from Sandra. Ah, thank you. I mean, I was on guesting one day last week, but it's been a couple of weeks, hasn't it? Judith says, morning, lovely to meet you, and Deputy Joan at Spalding. Hope you left us some liberty, Judith. We did go a bit mad. We did go a bit mad. But it was lovely. Excuse me. I met up with lots of lovely people at Spalding Quilt Show. It was really, really fun. We had a great day. And I do like to get, you know, Deputy Joan out from behind her sewing machine every now and then, get her out into the world, and then back into her sewing room to keep sewing. No, we had a lovely day. Right, so 10 rotary blades. They come in a little case. My top tip is, when you're paying less than £2 a blade, change your blade every couple of months. And then what you do, get a Sharpie pen, and as you take the blade off, mark it with a cross, okay? And then put it at the bottom of the box. And then when the last blade has got an X through it, you know that the box is full of old blades. You can put them in recycling and keep them in the box like that. The best way of doing it. And also as well, maybe have a 2-monthly or 3-monthly birthday for your rotary cutter. And just on the first of every quarter, change your blade. And just do it. Just get into the habit of doing it. And you'll always have a lovely sharp blade. And what does that mean when you actually come to cut? Safer, easier. You don't have to put so much force. You know what they say? The most dangerous blade is a blunt one. Yeah, because you put loads of pressure behind it. These are Japanese steel, by the way. Absolutely superb quality. And what an amazing price they are too. Marie's got in touch on Facebook to say, good morning, lovely boy from sunny Islington. Ah, fab. Good morning. Adam's got in touch from Adam Sews to say, always a cheery morning, waking up to see your face, Stuart. Oh, Charlie says that. What a bargain those blades are. Hope those baby animals are behaving. There's a lot in that message, Adam. Yeah, all is good, thank you. Hope you are too. And the baby animals are doing great. Did I tell you, we had a surprise birth? We thought we'd finished lambing, and then our one ewe, who we didn't think was having a baby this year, decided to produce one. So we've got loads of massive lambs with horns and one tiny little baby who thinks it is about 4 months old and is just running around the field with all the others. I'm a big kid now, it says, which is absolutely lovely. Another message, this is from Leslie, who's in Hertfordshire. She says, morning, Stuart. You look very tanned. Had a holiday or working on the farm? Looking forward to a great show, Leslie. Oh, thanks, Leslie. I wear factor 50 when I'm outside, so this is fake. This is fake tan. I never ever tan naturally. No, factor 50, always, always. Yes, really, really flying out these. This absolutely brilliant thing to buy. We often talk about stashing fabric, but having replacement blades for your rotary cutter is super important. It's like changing the needle in your machine. It makes the whole process more enjoyable and safer. Mrs. from Kent, Karen in fact, says, morning lovely Stuart. So nice to have your company today. Oh, we lost our beautiful doggy Lily yesterday. You and Sewing Street are just what I need today. Oh, Karen, I'm sending you the biggest kiss and a hug as well. We lost Mrs. Mills a few weeks ago, and it was very sad. And so I completely understand how it is to lose a loved family member. So sending you loads and loads of love. Stay with us on Sewing Street. We'll keep you going. We'll do it together. We'll do it together. Sending love. I've also had some lovely messages. Deborah's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, and everyone, good morning. Margaret says, morning, Stuart and team, looking well tanned. Well, Margaret, now you know, it all comes out of a can. It all comes out of a can. Well, I've spent many lovely holidays in Australia where you are bombarded with that message. There's no such thing as a healthy tan. So yeah. Oh, they fly aeroplanes over the beaches with banners streaming out the back to remind you of the dangers. So yeah, I always wear factor 50 now. My dermatologist actually recommended I wore factor 100. I think that's white poster paint, actually, isn't it? Yeah, that's just wearing a brown paper bag over your head. But yeah, but I do love to enjoy the sunshine. I do love to get out in it, and of course out on the farm, yes, very easy to get burned. Okay, remember these are 10 Japanese steel replacement blades. They will fit any cutter that uses 45mm blades. So it could be your trigger rotary cutter, it could be your stick rotary cutter, it could be your guillotine. Have to do the motion like Alison Marion uses. They all fit, great quality. Just remember, all blades need to be changed regularly. It's not a lifetime purchase. And you'll get much better cuts with a sharp blade. All right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Let's do a ruler. Shall we do the skinny and thick log cabin, the curvy log cabin? Okay, so let me grab it up. This is a Creative Grids ruler. We love rotary Creative Grids rulers. Absolutely fantastic. So this makes a skinny 10-inch curvy log cabin. This is the trim tool. And you can see here the kind of effect. So you've got one set of logs on one side are thick, a set on the other which are thin, still made in the same way as a log cabin. But what you end up with is the illusion of curves. So you can do all the different sets that you can with a log cabin, but you've also got the illusion of curves, so it adds so many dimensions. Can I ask, Ben, can you have a quick look on Pinterest for curvy log cabin? And we'll just show everyone the kind of things you can do, and I'm going to show you how to use this. Now, what you do is you start off, you get full instructions, and you also get a QR code that you can zap and watch a full video on how to use. All right, let me show you some of these. Look at these curvy log cabin. Now, not the twisted spirally ones, but the ones that look like they've got the illusion of curves. There's so many. Not that, no. Not that, no. Yeah. Yep. So this kind of thing. Oh, hello. No. No. Yeah, like the one with the circles, the blue next to it. Yeah, that. Yeah, there you go. So you can see there, you've got thin side, thick side, and you can decide whether you want that light or dark. But look how you've got like circles, but there's no curved piecing. It's really clever. Let me show you how to use it. So you start off, the only bit that you need to cut precisely is the centre square. And traditionally in a log cabin, that is red. So I've cut that out accurately. Now you do get cutting dimensions for your rounds if you want to. It minimises the amount of trimming you'll have to do. And so the skinny logs you cut at 1.5 inches, the thick logs you cut at 2 inches or thereabouts, okay? And you've got various different options for how you're going to put this together. You can start with the thick logs, you can start with the thin logs. I'm going to start with the narrow logs first. And when you're sewing, you always put them on in a clockwise direction, which makes it really, really easy to do. Right, now I've got my sewing machine set up with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you do want to sew nice and accurately. If you're trimming as you go, it really helps to have a rotating cutting mat as well. So I'm just going to finger press these back. So I've added my first, so always clockwise. Now I've used the cutting instructions that come with the ruler, which just means that the whole thing goes together much more easily. You're still going to trim it using the ruler as you go, but it just helps everything lines up and you don't end up with lots of excess. So now I'm putting the thick logs. Can you see I'm turning it a quarter turn each time? But I'm always adding clockwise. So that's really important. So what you do is you add your first round of logs, too thin and too thick. So you'll end up making a full square. So here's my last one. What you're looking for, if you have trimmed your strips to length, is that they're fitting perfectly each time. How quick and easy is this? You know, the thing with log cabin is it's all about accuracy, and the real accuracy comes when you trim the log down. So there we go. I've got my first round. I'm going to grab my ruler. Now, you'll see on your ruler that you've got these squares that go diagonally. These always line up with that centre square, okay? Now, first of all, we're going to find narrow round one. They're all labelled, all the squares are labelled. This says narrow round one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line that square up with the square, and I've got the narrow strips on the top and the right hand side, okay? And here I'm going to trim here, and I'm going to turn my rotary board, keep everything nicely lined up, and I'm going to trim here, okay? Next, I'm going to turn my work, and I'm going to turn my ruler to the opposite side and find where it says wide round one. I'm going to line up the square again, and now I'm going to trim the wide side, okay? So now it's the perfect size and shape that it should be, and I can go back, make sure that the very first log I added is on the right hand side, and I've got round two. So let's add round two. Now what you should find again, if you've trimmed everything to size, is that your logs just fit perfectly. If they hang over, that's fine too, because don't forget, the whole point of this ruler is that you're going to trim everything back to size. So the only reason to cut your logs to the right length to start with is it minimises the fabric usage, which I like. Now imagine doing a scrappy version of this, digging into your stash, getting all of your light and dark scraps and making a curvy log cabin. There's my second lot of light logs. Then I've got my next lot of wide logs. So again, to start off with, all you do is your light fabrics, you cut 1.5 inch wide strips, and your thick logs, you cut those at 2 inches wide. If they were 2.5 inches, if they were jelly roll strips, that would be absolutely fine. That wouldn't matter. You could just trim them down as you go. Right, here's my last log. Already, literally like 2-3 minutes per side. That's my second round done. Right, okay. Now you could put an iron over this if you wanted to, but I'm finger pressing. Okay, so I've got my second round on, and I'm going to go back to my ruler. Now, find the narrow side, and I've got narrow round 2. It's a white square this time. So I'm going to line that up with that first square. I've got the light side on the right hand side. Trim. Turn everything around so that your wide side now is on the right. Find wide round 2. Line that up and trim. Now, perfect size, perfect shape. Shall I do one more round? Let's do it. They're fun, aren't they? I love this ruler. I really want this ruler. $28.99. It's a great addition to your stash, actually. because it makes the process of making a log cabin so much easier and so much more accurate. I know that there are methods out there where you just sew long strips on and then just rotary ruler, you know, cut the ends off. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I piece accurately. I pride myself on being able to piece quite accurately. And I tried that method some years ago for a log cabin for my book Make 100 Quilts, because I realised as I was writing the book that I'd never made a log cabin quilt, and you can't really, I didn't feel like I could do a book on scrap quilting without doing a log cabin. Anyway, and I tried this method because I thought, you know, I need to make this quilt as quickly as possible. I'd only added about 2 or 3 rounds. I measured the block. Not only was it not the right size, it wasn't even square. So at that point, I abandoned that quick method because, I mean, what's the point if the finished thing isn't the right shape or size? So I abandoned it and I went back to cutting every log to the correct size and pinning everything. Now, you'll notice here I'm not having to pin anything, because at the end of the day, if the logs were slightly short or slightly long, I'm trimming off about 3/8 of an inch. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the fabric creeps along a little bit, because at the end of the day, your block will be trimmed back and it will be the perfect size and shape. So I've added 3 rounds. So now I'm going to find narrow round 3. And if you ever miscount, you know, and you're not sure where you are, just count the rounds. Okay, so I'm on round 3. Line that up. How easy is this? And so quick. Now, of course, as well, although this makes a 10-inch curvy log cabin, you can stop at any point. There's wide round 3. You can stop at any point and you can say, I'm on my quilt, I'm going to do 3 rounds and I'm going to call it quits. That's the size of my block. And that's it. You're done. This, let me just show you, this is a 6.5-inch square. Well, that's a lovely size to put in a scrap quilt. And how cool does that look? Remember, if I can sew it live on TV, standing up, talking at the same time, you can do it at home with comfort and a cup of tea, you know, and the cat to stroke, all that kind of thing. Is so easy. You'll love it. It's great fun. I think that's a brilliant ruler. Yeah, really cool. Don't forget as well, you have the option. I put the skinny strips on first and then the wide on second. That creates a log cabin that has the last round will be the dark, which means that will be the bigger side. If you put the skinny side on first, even though they're skinny, the last log will be skinny, which makes that side wider, if that makes sense. Because on a log cabin, they're not actually, it's not never half and half. There's the bigger side. Loads and loads of these in baskets. That's the end of my demo. Time to check out. Time to check out. Really enjoyed doing that. Wasn't that fun? That's a bit of fun. That woke me up. Oh, lots of people asking about the fabric. We had these on a little while ago. They are pretty, aren't they? But honestly, I think the best log cabins are made from scraps. Personal opinion, the best log cabins are made out of scraps, where you use the lights and the darks. And light doesn't mean cream. I know I've used calico here, but you could use light pink, light blue, light grey. You can use the wrong side of fabric as well, especially on those skinny strips. You can hide all kinds of weird and wonderful fabrics. Now, more in baskets than we have available. So this is the time when you could miss out. I don't want you to miss out. So check out your basket now and get this home. I think this is an absolute classic to have in your stash. Well worth the money. Really, really fun. Hillary's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. How fabulous. You and Janet Clare together. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And Louisa Goult as well. What a bumper morning. Katie says, good morning from sunny Bude. Last day of Hollybobs, but what a week we've had. Enjoying a relaxing start to the day. with you whilst hubby and our little dog Reggie have a lie-in. Oh, that is cute. I love that doggy Reggie's having a lay-in too. It's his holiday as well. Norma from Swansea's got in touch to say, thank you, Stuart, for a great demo. Ah, bless you. I bought this ruler a while ago and will definitely use it soon after watching you. We do sometimes buy rulers or tools, don't we, and have good intentions and then put them to one side. It's a lot of fun. Grab your fabrics out this afternoon and make some log cabin. 4 of those together would make a gorgeous cushion, wouldn't they? Absolutely. It took about 10 minutes to do that, and adding each round, it's so quick and easy because you really don't need to pin. Doesn't matter if the fabric moves a little bit because you are cutting about 3/8 of an inch off when you trim, which really will cover a multitude of sins, and you'll end up with a perfectly sized block, which means that all of your blocks will just fit together, and that is the dream. It's the dream. Right. Oh, you want to do another demo straight away? Let's do a little bit of fabric. Let's do a little bit of fabric. Give everyone a chance to check out their basket. I've got some really lovely extra wide backing fabrics. I want to mention this one first. This ends, 7-0. I used this last week when I was guesting. I used some amazing Jason Yenter, sort of gorgeous, almost stained glass fabrics, and I used this as the backing. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. 12.99 a half metre. This is extra wide, so this is 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. If I just open this out so you can see, this is just half a metre. And it's beautiful, 100% cotton fabric, great quality. So if you're thinking, well, actually, Stuart, I'd use that to make a maxi dress, you can. You might think I'd use that to make garden cushions. You can. You can use it on the front of your quilt as well. You get such a lot, you know. If your school's doing a production of Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, you could make the coat. Whatever you want to do with it, it's absolutely fantastic value for $12.99. It's almost 3 times the width of normal fabric. And it means you don't have to join your backing fabric. So it's much more economical. So that's a gorgeous one. Really love that. Now I've also got a couple of other rainbow bright ones. This one ends 1/6. This is like crazy paving. Do you remember when we all did crazy paving? My dad was like a master of crazy paving. He was so good at it. But this is all the colours in your paving. Jewel bright, mosaic. How gorgeous is that? I was talking about making a scrappy log cabin. Can you imagine once you've done all your piecing, all your blocks, and you've used this for the border or the backing? Can you imagine that? Yes, please. $12.99 a half metre. Now, to put this into context, if you want to back up to a queen size, you want 2.5 metres. King size, 3 metres. So 5 units or 6 units, depending on whether you go queen or king. Okay, that's it. Absolutely brilliant value. Cathedral window is a block, yep. Ooh, now then. Yeah, that's a lovely idea. So producer Ben just said to me, what about doing cathedral window with this stained glass as the feature fabric in the window? That's a gorgeous idea. So if you've got my book, Use Scraps Make 100 Quilts, there is a pattern in there for a machine sewn cathedral window. And this would be an amazing fabric. Ben, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, they look like this, but imagine if all of those coloured squares were stained glass. Yes. Oh, Ben, you did a really good. You've done a good. Beautiful, beautiful. And actually, 1/2 metre of this would be enough for a quilt, for the feature fabric. It would be enough for $12.99. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, a couple more rainbow. Because you know me, I do love a rainbow. Ending 6-5. This one really is like a colour wheel on fabric. How cool is that? Again, I'm thinking some really gorgeous, big, plump cushions. Be great for a kid's room, wouldn't it, this? What about a beanbag made out of this? Or a beanbag armchair? Or you could be really arty and put Bondaweb, excuse me, put some Bondaweb behind the circle, then cut out the circle, fuse it onto a different fabric and blanket stitch or zigzag around the outside. And you could do all kinds of different really cool stuff with that fabric. It'd be a great one to use as almost like a challenge fabric. Mo's got in touch on Facebook to say, morning, handsome and team. Yeah, I'm sorry, Charlie, but that was for me. Morning, Mo. How are you? How's life in Scotland? It's been ages since I've been to Scotland. Need to go. I'm coming to the Scottish Quilt Show next year. I didn't manage to get myself organised for this year, but next year I'm definitely going. It's so worth it. It is absolutely gorgeous. Right, let's go prismatic. This ends 7-9. Yeah, so this has got, again, all those... Now, I really think this would be cool for dressmaking. This would be beautiful for dressmaking. Oh, what about a shorty, like, play suit in this? That would be lovely. I think it's lovely. Or like a wrap skirt would be yummy. And of course as well, because this is all 108 inches wide, look, this is half a metre. You get so much. You get so much fabric for £12.99. Absolutely beautiful. Fabulous. Fabulous. So that's that one. I have a couple more that really are rainbow bright. Circles. These are a little more pastel, a little more watercolour. This ends 1-6. Now these are giving me donut. And I say that because today is National Donut Day. And we haven't got any donuts. We haven't got any donuts. But there they are on fabric. These are calorie-free donuts. I'm trying to make myself feel better, but it's not working. It's donut day. Come on. This is lovely, though. Again, sort of pastel watercolour. This is Wyndham fabric as well. This is a great brand. Beautiful quality. Kind of a cream background, an ivory background with these gorgeous pastel, almost watercolour painted style dots. I think that's lovely. Again, 108 inches wide. You're getting tons of value per half metre. And then the last one I'll show you from the sort of rainbow selection. Actually, I've got two more very quickly. N76. This is a diagonal stripe. Absolutely beautiful. Love that diagonal. It's almost like a stick of rock. Again from Wyndham. But look, if you use this in a border, how cool would that be in a border? Or in a binding. Imagine that as a binding around the edge of a quilt. You don't have to cut it on the bias to get that diagonal. Really lovely. Again, I think a maxi dress in this would be stunning. Absolutely stunning for dressmaking. It is 100% cotton and 108 inches wide. So, I mean, very, very economical for dressmaking or for quilting. 2.5 metres, 5 units for up to queen size quilt, 6 units or 3 metres for a king size quilt. But my last rainbow is a slightly different interpretation of that rainbow, because this is the rainbow that we see in our gardens. This is a cottage garden. How pretty. It's just all the colours. It's all the colours. And you know, I say nature never gets it wrong. Nature never gets it wrong. Yeah, absolutely lovely. Beautiful florals there. That would just work with so many different styles of quilt. We do have a lot of very, very lovely backing fabrics here at Sewing Street. If you're ever looking for backing fabric, do have a look. Right, another demo. Right, so this is just a game-changing ruler. This is the Creative Grids multi-size Flying Geese ruler, which I don't know quite how they would have named this to encapsulate everything it does. Flying Geese sort of encapsulates, but kind of not. So it looks a bit strange, doesn't it? But if you look here, you've got half square triangles and you've got quarter square triangles, or geese and the sky. So that means, I'll show you here, you can make flying geese, you can make quarter square triangles or hourglass units, and you can make half square triangles. Now that, talk about teach a man to fish. If you can make those 3 units, that's about 90% of patchwork is quarter square triangles, half square triangles and flying geese. And when I was first asked to try this ruler, which was probably 2 years ago, I was like, I just do 2 squares, draw a line and sew either side. I don't need this. Genuinely, I thought I don't need this. And then I tried using it and I thought, how on earth have I managed without this ruler for so long? Because it's so well conceived and brilliant to use. Let me show you what you do. So, first off, the markings on the ruler. We're not cutting 7/8 of an inch. We are not cutting quarters. We're not cutting 3/8. We're going to cut either inch-wide increments of fabric or under half. So 2.5 inch strip, 3.5 inch strip, or a 5 inch or a 6 inch strip, okay? All of your dimensions are down the sides. The white tells us the size of strip. So for example, if I want to make 5 inch finished half square triangles, old style, we'd need to cut 5 7/8 of an inch squares, wouldn't we? Well, I read across, I need a 5.5 inch strip. So much easier to cut your fabric to start with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to smart stack my fabric. So what that means is, right sides together, both of the fabrics that I'm going to use, okay? Now I've got huge pieces of fabric and a small board here, so I'm not making life easy for myself, but it's okay, we can do it. So I'm putting the fabric right sides together, and I'm just going to fold this, line it up like that. And I need 5.5 inch wide strips. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. If I turn it around like that, and there we've got our 5 inch. So what I'm going to do, just to make this easy for myself, is I'm going to cut up and across, get rid of my excess, okay, and turn my board around, and there's my 5.5 inch strip. Okay, so I've got my 2 strips and I've smart stacked them so they're right sides together. Next off, I'm going to grab my ruler, okay? And I'm doing half square triangles here. So here's my 5 by 10, that would be a flying geese, or 5 inch finished half square triangle, my 5.5 inch strip. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line that bottom line up with the bottom of my strip, and the top edge has already got the dog ear cut off, okay? So I'm going to cut here. I'm also just going to turn this around because I need to just straighten up my first edge. But look, we've even got one of those little clever keyholes, so I can straighten that up, and I've got space for the rotary cutter to run off the edge. All right? So look, I've already cut my first pair, and they are stacked ready for sewing. And all I'm going to do, obviously at home, I would use a bigger board. I'm just going to turn my ruler around. I'm going to cut another one, and we've got that keyhole. It just makes it so much easier. Turn my ruler again. I'll just move my fabric along, and I should be able to get 4 So here's my, oh, in fact, don't turn the fabric, Stuart, turn the ruler. And there's my last one. All right. So I've cut out 4, as easy as that. Next thing, I've got everything stacked ready. So I'm going to pop these down on my desk. And we're ready to sew. So there's no marking. We're not marking a sewing line. We're not marking and then trimming. We're just literally going straight to the sewing machine now to sew these. So 1/4 inch seam allowance. Oops. And that little reverse at the start. And away we go. So just keep everything lined up. And again, this is so game-changing because we can just go straight to the sewing. We're not having to mark anything. We're not having to cut awkward sizes either. And it also means that using this ruler, you can use jelly roll strips, which are 2.5 inches wide, to make 2-inch finished half square triangles. Now that for me was game-changing because if you do the add 7/8 of an inch method, you can't use a jelly roll to make 2-inch finished half square triangles. With this method, you can. It's also absolutely brilliant for scrap quilting as well, because so often I don't have a large enough strip or square to make multiples. I've only got enough to make like 1 1/4 square triangle. And of course with this you are cutting them individually. So let's just trim and then open out and press. And these are going to be correct finished size. How easy is this? Obviously I would press these, but I mean look at the precision that you get. Super, super easy to use. Now, I like this ruler so much. I've never ever mentioned a ruler by name in any of my books. This ruler I was so impressed with. I've actually named this ruler in my new book that comes out in September, Quilts from the Country, as a recommendation. And that's a big recommendation from me because I've never done that before. Now then, obviously these need to go under the iron and be given a good press. But look at that. Look how easy it was to create, all perfectly sized and accurate. No trimming required. You don't have to start trimming these down. They're the correct size and shape. He says, shall we check? There we go, 5.5 inch square. There's the diagonal. See? Not difficult. Again, if I can do it standing up, talking on live TV, you can do it at home, relaxed, with a cup of tea. Right, lovely. Now, easy quilting, easy angle? Yes. Now, this is from Easy Quilting, who are amazing value quilting tools. This is the Easy Angle ruler. You get full instructions included with it. It should be $6.99. Watch this. Wow, that is less than the P&P. £3.49. If you bought our early bird, if you've bought some backing fabric, if you've bought anything today, it's £3.49 and you've already paid your postage. That's superb. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, great. Good for squaring up your half square triangles if you need to. We've got low double figures on this, so if you want to grab it, do. This would be a good one actually as well for marking your diagonals when you do stitch and flip. So many of Louisa Goult's amazing Bold Blooms quilt kits have already flown out. This would be a really useful tool for marking those flippy corners, am I right? Very limited already. Very limited already. Keep checking out. Let's talk 404 spray. Now, I'm going to grab 505 as well because let's just talk about both of these. So 505 is your classic quilt basting spray. We'll do this first. 505 quilt basting spray. This is the big can. This is 500 mils. This is your temporary adhesive for holding your quilt layers together. Now, whether you're doing Quilt As You Go, whether you're doing free motion, whether you're doing hand quilting, your bag maker, whatever, this is going to hold your layers together while you're quilting them. When you wash the quilt, it all washes away. But you can layer up and spray baste your quilt together in minutes instead of pinning, which can take hours. And then you've no pins in the way while you're quilting. It's absolutely superb. Use it in a well-ventilated room. Great value as well. 500ml can for £13.99. So that should, and you can spray and you can quilt in 6 months' time, and the layers are still held together. All right. So that's your 505. Now we also have 404, which is from the same manufacturer, Odif. This is a repositionable adhesive, right? So there's a few different ways you can use this. So one way is you can spray this onto a piece of fabric that you've got pinned to the wall and use it as a design wall. Okay, so you just give the fabric a light spritz, your fabric will properly stick. I've tried using flannel, okay, design wall, and sometimes the fabric sticks, most of the time it falls off, okay. Actually, if you give the fabric a little spritz, it will stay just tacky enough that things stick. So that's one way to use it. Another great way to use it is on the back of your rotary cutting rulers and templates. So what you do is just a light spritz of this over the back of your ruler will make it completely non-slip. Okay, it will give it enough tack that it will grip your fabric like you wouldn't believe, but then you just take it off, it leaves no residue, and it will stay having this very slightly tacky feel to it for ages. Basically, if you want to remove it, just warm soapy water and a regular like a J cloth or something like that, and it'll just all come off. It's absolutely brilliant for making your slippy rulers non-slip. And even if you've got creative grids that have the non-stick dots on, you can go one better with your 404. It's absolutely brilliant. It's also really, really useful if you're doing applique as well, and you want to be able to, maybe you've taken the backing off your appliques, but you want them to kind of stick in place. So just turn all of your appliques up the wrong way, so the bond web's on top, but you've removed the paper. Just give a light spritz over the surface, and then you can pick those pieces up, stick them to your background fabric, and they'll stay where you want them to be. However, if you decide, actually, I want to rearrange them, you can peel them off and re-stick them in a different configuration. So that can be really useful if you're doing a bit of sort of design as you go with things like applique as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Give it a try. $7.99 for the can. But like I say, my favourite way to use it is instant design wall, and also for making my rulers and templates non-slip. All right, where's the first hour gone? Crazy. All right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, Louisa Goult is here with that amazing Bold Blooms Quilt As You Go. She's going to demystify Quilt As You Go for us and show us how to make this absolutely beautiful quilt. Check out your baskets during the break. Don't leave them lingering or they could disappear. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Happy Friday, everybody. It's always a happy day when we're at Sewing Street, which is every day. But I mean, what's not to love about that? Also, what's not to love about the fact that Louisa Goult is in the house. Hey, Louisa.
Hello.
Great to have you back.
Thank you.
It has been ages.
Since I've seen you, yes.
A long time. You've been very busy. These quilts, Louisa, are amazing.
Thank you.
The bold blooms.
Yes.
And
blossoms.
such a...
Bold blossoms.
Bold blossoms, I
Isn't
beg your
it?
pardon.
I think,
Just
yeah.
rename the word. Just take liberties. We've got a gorgeously summery, bountiful, strawberry-themed one. We've also got this amazing autumnal. That's a bit of me, those rich, autumny colours, little owls and foxes in that one as well. They are delightful. Now, I need to start by mentioning, Louisa, don't I, that these are extremely limited.
Yes, they are.
Because basically, you can only get so much fabric.
Yeah, well, I sort of buy the fabric a long time before I know what I'm going to do with it. So when I've bought 10 metres of each, that's all I'm getting. And
Yeah.
So then I create a kit that I can use as much of the fabric as possible. So
Now, they're already selling fast, and we've got very little stock of either of them. So I'm going to jump straight in. We'll grab, to start with, the one that's hanging behind Louisa, the beautiful, beautiful strawberries. This is called Strawberry Season. Everything, I mean, aren't those colours classy and beautiful? Absolutely stunning fabrics. I love that teal. I love that warm sort of strawberry pink. Once everyone's checked out, we've got single figures left. Yeah. We're 23 seconds in and I'm already giving you a stock warning. Don't hang about with this. You get your pattern. Remember, this is Quilt As You Go, which means that everyone can make this on their domestic sewing machine.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can do it start to finish. Look at these beautiful I mean, for a start off, this is like opening a box of chocolates, Louisa. The way it's displayed, it's so appealing. More in baskets than I have available. These are strawberries. How cute and modern and fresh. The little pips. The blossoms. Beautiful strawberry blossoms and leaves. Oh,
Gorgeous, isn't it?
stunning. Absolutely stunning. Oh, that rose pink linen texture is gorgeous. You've also got these beautiful little My friend Joan actually ate her first strawberries that she's growing in her garden.
Wow.
A few days. That's early.
That's very early.
These teals are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? What a beautiful combination of colours. You've also got your background fabric here as well, of course. That beautiful, great quality cotton throughout. Absolutely stunning. Loads of fabric in there. I've got 11 left. I've got 32 in baskets. Okay, Louisa, you did say at the start.
Yes.
First come, first served. Simple as. First come, first served. That is absolutely stunning and just right if you want that gorgeous kind of high summer feel. I mean, yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes, please. Delightful. That's our first version. Now, our second version, like I say, is absolutely gorgeously rich and deep. It's called Autumnal. Autumnal Days. Autumnal Days. Look at these. Such cute fabric. You've got owls, little wolves. I always do the Winnie the Pooh spelling.
Oh.
Wall. Foliage. Isn't this beautiful? Foxes. And I mean, how do you make a fox better? Put it in a little scarf. Really. Just pumpkins. Love that. Oh, look at that. You've put these together absolutely beautifully. The fabrics are stunning. Again, it's really rich. It's really warm. It's got an autumnal vibe to it. I'm all for that. We don't start making autumnal quilts in the autumn. We need them done
That's very
for
true.
the autumn.
Very true.
So now's the time. Absolutely. Look at the price as well. £81.99. This is 54 inches square. Can I just ask at this juncture, Louisa, what do we need for our backing?
You need 9 fat quarters and 50 centimetres for the jointed strips. So
Right,
that
which we've got included, haven't we?
you haven't got
On the
included in them.
front.
Yeah, on the front you have, but on the back you've also got joining strips for the Quilt As You Go bit,
Got you.
which I'll show. But yeah, you need an extra 50. I forgot about that. You need an extra 50 centimetres for that as well.
Perfect.
But also 9 fat quarters because you're going to quilt each square individually.
So actually, if I've got 2.5 metres of
Perfect.
fabric for the backing, now it just so happens that I have got some fabulous solids bundles of 2.5 metres, which will do all of your backing. Remember, it's Quilt As You Go, and your joining strips as well. Just need to mention before I go any further, the autumnal days, I've got single figures left as well. So the strawberry season and autumnal days, both of them single figures. They're both going to sell out, Louisa. We're only 9 minutes in. Have you got a backup plan? Now, I've got pattern on its own. Now, even before we came to air, this was absolutely flying out. I think lots of you had seen when I showed it in the... I was very excited, Louisa. I ran across the studio.
I saw you.
And even got a camera in place. I was very excited. Beautiful, beautiful quilts. This has been flying out. And since we've been on air, it's been flying out even faster. This is the Bold Blossom Quilt As You Go quilt. Full pattern, full instructions in there, absolutely brilliantly laid out. Got a nice like cardboard wallet to keep it in as well. This is great quality pattern. 54 inches square. We could make it bigger if we
Oh
wanted.
yeah, you could go on forever.
Forever?
Forever.
It'd be a big quilt. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. £9.99 for this. You could also do one block. Make
You
a
could do
quilt.
one block or a bed runner and do 3 or 4 in a row.
I like that. I like that. Really nice, yeah. I like the 9-block lap quilt because that's perfect snuggle size.
Yeah. Or you could make it longer for a single bed.
Yeah.
So do another
12
row.
blocks.
Yeah.
Brilliant, yeah. It's a great pattern, isn't it? Such a beautiful block design as well. And do we learn how to do Quilt As You Go in the pattern?
Yes. Yes.
Great. So if you've never done Quilt As You... I mean, Louisa is going to show us how to do Quilt As You Go today. But if you've never done it before, full instructions included. Just be aware the pattern is flying out. So if you want to secure yours, half the stock's gone. And we had a reasonable stock to start with, Louisa, thank you. But over half the stock has gone already. We're 11 minutes in. 50 of you have this in your basket. I think that will pretty much do it. Do check out. Now, I mentioned, stock-wise, just a quick stock update. So strawberry season, I'll give you one last flash. I've only got 5 left, Louisa.
Oh dear.
It's been super, super popular. This is the gorgeous teals and soft pistachio greens, those wonderful strawberry pinks and reds in there as well. Florals. Love this print.
Yeah, it's lovely. They're all lovely. That jade, the teal is just stunning.
Yeah.
The darker
it's
teal.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics and beautifully presented. Very, very giftable. Isn't it?
Yes.
Very giftable like that. And of course you do get your full pattern in there. Don't go buying a second pattern by mistake. You've got your pattern included. Oh, okay. So just to let you know, if you want to, Ben's just put split pay on this.
Oh.
So if you want to split the cost, one payment today, one payment in a month, but we still send this out in 3 to 5 working days. Fabulous, yeah? Split pay if you want. If you've already checked out your basket and you'd like to take the split pay option, just give the call centre a ring, 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number. The call centre is here in the building with us, and they're great people. There are 3 of these kits left. That's all. That's all. And then the autumnal days, no split pay available on this one. It doesn't quite get to our sort of limit for a split pay, but £81.99 and you get all this gorgeous fabric. There are 24 of these in baskets. That is 3 times as many as I have available. I've only got 8 kits left. Love that linen texture.
Yeah.
Delightful.
My
Absolutely
favourite.
cool. Is it?
Yeah, they're beautiful. There's always one of them in my
Traditional and
kits.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a bit more interested than a flat solid.
Totally. Totally.
And the colours are gorgeous.
Oh, lustrous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. How many do I have left, Ben? Oh, 5 left now. 25. So that's 5 times as many in baskets. The strawberry season has sold out. Well done if you managed to get yours. We are 14 minutes into the show. We've already had one of our kits completely sell out. This one is about to sell out. How many left now? 4 left. There's still time. If it's not in your basket, there is time to put it in and check out. If you're really quick, there are 31 in baskets. But if you're the fastest to check out, that kit will be yours. Absolutely beautiful. Don't forget, if you want pattern on its own, £9.99, full instructions, not just for the quilt, but also for Quilt As You Go. And it is one of those, you know, teach a quilter to fish. And that's tea sorted. But Quilt As You Go is a method you can apply to so many designs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. We are literally having one of these check out every other second. I love statistics. Don't you? Now, I do want to mention we've got some amazing backing bundles. Backing bundles, you say? Stuart, don't be ridiculous. That should be in one big piece. What good is 5 half meters? Well, this is Quilt As You Go. So you're going to cut out squares of fabric to back. This would create the most gorgeous checkerboard backing. And you could save one of these colours to do your joining strips. So all the joining strips were the same. So you'll use 4 of them to cut out your, and then one for your backing. Yeah, one for your strips. For $16.95. This would do your strawberry season beautifully.
Lovely.
Do you approve of
I do,
multicoloured?
yes.
Did you do?
I did 3
Yeah.
in
Nice.
a diagonal type
Nice.
design, but yeah, you could go scrap.
Lovely. Brilliant value. This is to back your whole quilt for $16.95. You're saving £2, but I think the bigger picture is that you're backing your whole quilt for under £17.
Bargain.
It is a bargain. It is a bargain. Yeah? Brilliant. I love the fact as well that Quilt As You Go makes this accessible for all quilters. Even if you've got a really, really small sewing machine, you're quilting one block at a time. You never have to quilt the whole thing. No. So it's achievable. All right, the other backing bundle that I've got fits the autumnal days. This is a bit of me. This is a bit of Ben, our producer, as well. That, yum. Is that a bit of hot tomato? I think it is. It's one of my favourite colours we do. This is vibrant. This is just, whoa. This is bonfire delight, isn't it? Again, $16.95. Gorgeous, beautiful. So, I mean, we've a backing option for either kit. Or, if you're just watching the show thinking, Stuart, I could do so many things with those 5.5 metres. Well, there you go. It's a standalone. You might be buying the pattern and doing a solid version. Do you approve?
I do, and that might have been the next. Now I've sold out, I'm going to have to make another one for festival.
Yes, yes. Oh, do dual solids.
Yeah.
Yummy, yummy. So we'll see you at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, definitely.
Awesome,
Definitely.
awesome. It's a date. Right. We've also got some wadding. Have a look on the website. Oh, very quickly, I'll just mention, this is 100% cotton wadding. Cut to order. How much do we need for the whole quilt?
1.5 meters. So you need 9 fat quarters again.
Great. So 3 units of wadding. 3 units of wadding. This is 100% cotton. Okay, beautiful. Is cotton your choice for wadding?
80-20.
80-20, yeah.
I do like an 80-20.
Yeah, yeah. I also really like our polyester.
Oh,
batik.
yeah.
Oh, if you've never tried it, honestly,
Okay.
I was like, I never use polyester wadding ever. And then I tried it. It's beautiful. It's thin.
Yeah.
Drapes like a cotton.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Worth trying. Anyway, I digress. Louisa,
Yes.
please make me a quilt.
Okay.
Or at least some of it.
Right, so this is a block I've made already. So as I've said, they're made of 9 blocks, all identical, but they come together really easily, really. So it is based on the snowballs. So a snowball block, traditionally, is a square with its 4 corners knocked off. That's your full snowball block. So you're going to sew and then you get a white triangle at each corner. These start off as half snowballs. So this is your block. So if we can see, that's your top layer, your middle layer, and then you've got another one of those at the bottom. So it's made of 4 half snowball blocks and 1 rectangle that's got a stretched snowball, if you like.
Yeah.
So that's got your 4 corners of it. Okay.
I love the way that a star suddenly appears
Yeah,
in the centre.
exactly. And then you've got
as a
your
bonus.
square in the middle, and because you've got your triangles, yeah, your star is created.
Beautiful.
So there's not, I mean, there are seams to match. To be honest, it's just those 2 seams really that are to match when you're putting them all together. With the pressing, then obviously that's easy. So let's start off by, so I've done the first half corner of the square of the block. So we're going to start just by, so you've got, the only bit that's boring about this quilt really is you have to cut 240 squares and then draw a diagonal line across the middle of it. That's all. So I lay out loads at the same time and draw all at the same time. So it's like a production line.
Yeah, for
so it's
sure.
done in no time.
Get
really.
your stripology out to
Yes.
cut your squares.
Yes, exactly.
And also as well, I don't want to be a show-off now. No one likes a bragger. But my new brother sewing machine has a laser light, so you don't have to mark the diagonal. You just follow the laser.
Oh, nice.
Game changer.
Game changer. I'm treating myself to a new machine.
Are you?
I've been told by my dealer.
Right. Which one are you having?
It's the, I can't remember now. It's the new Genome, so it's the next one up from whatever the new horizon is.
Right.
Genome. So yeah, so I'm going for that. I haven't told him yet. He's going to make his day.
Good.
Anyway, sorry. Right. So draw a diagonal line across the white square. Place it on the top corner of your background square, and you're going to sew a scant seam allowance, which means that you're going to sew very, very slightly to the right side of that drawn line. And what that does is it gives you just an extra space, because you're going to fold this back, and it gives you just an extra excess of fabric in to take in case of that fold.
So like a needle width towards the corner.
Yeah, exactly. So if you just follow your drawn line and just the very edge, right hand edge
Gotcha.
of the line. So this is probably...
Sarah's got in touch to say, hi, Louisa, have a great show.
Thank you. Thank you,
You're having a
Sarah.
sellout show. Bayan's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. It's so great to have you back. Thank you. It's good to be back. It's not been the same without you.
Aww.
Quieter, I suppose. Well, not really.
So sew that side and then do the same on the opposite corner. So I did use a disappearing friction pen for this. You can use a pencil, to be honest, because you're not really going to see it. So now you're going to trim off. So where you've sewn your line, line up your 1/4 inch line on your ruler along the sewing line so you can snip off your excess fabric. So you're left with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so do that on both ones. And then you're going to press them flat. So that will get rid of your drawn line as well if you've used a friction pen, and then just press them open. So that's quite easy. So that's your half snowball block. So you need 4 of those for each block. So just a thing about directional fabrics actually. The strawberry one hasn't got any directional fabrics, but the owl one does. So some of them are, so like the owls are directional. So I've taken that into account for the cutting. Those fabrics, the direction was running down the length of the fabric. So that's the cutting that I've taken into account of. So you're going to have them the right way around. But if you're using your own fabrics and it runs the other direction, then just swap the cutting. So you either cut a 6.5 inch width of fabric or a 3.5 inch width of fabric. So it makes sense when you see it in the instructions, but just take that into account, because, I mean, you might not want your directions the right way up. I mean, these ones are obviously facing in, but the bigger squares you can have facing up if you want.
Cool.
Okay, so that's your square, and then you're going to basically do the same with the rectangle. So we'll do these first, and if you do pin all these or lay them all out, you can chain piece these as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, the whole process is pretty quick, really, once you can put your Netflix on or your Audible book on and just...
So are you... Okay, now I need to know what series you're watching.
To be honest, I'm more of an Audible book girl.
Okay. So what have you been listening to?
What did I listen to? I listen to rubbish, to be honest.
Good.
I'm a Harry Potter fan. When I need to switch off and I don't have to, and like when you're making noise and you don't mind missing bits,
Sure.
I do Harry Potter because I know it so well.
Yeah, you know the story already.
What did I remember? There's like police dramas and crime. I'm a bit of a crime girl.
Great, me too.
I mean, I like my Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I like things on Radio 4, like, sorry, I haven't a clue, and you're just sitting there. I'm on my own in the sewing room, laughing my head off. And then
So you always have something going on in the background.
in my ears, yeah.
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 Cool.
But unless Lorna's in, who is my little helper. My little
Yeah.
helper. I keep calling her Santa's little helper, as Justin calls her. She sings. She'll kill me now.
Oh.
But she sings her little heart out, and she's got a really good voice, but she won't have it.
Redeemed yourself. Yeah, good.
So yeah, so she's lovely. So I don't need music on when I've got her on.
A lot of people like a podcast, don't they?
Yeah, see, I used to like Holly Tucker's Conversations of Inspiration. Have you heard of that? Amazing. So
What's
she
it
just
called?
took Conversations of Inspiration.
Nice, I should look at
So she talks to people like, well, entrepreneurs generally, but I mean, amazing people. Patrick Grant is amazing. His podcast, that one's really good.
Never met the man.
Really? Really? Apparently he was at Hay Book Festival. Hay. And he was an inspiration, apparently. Well, he is quite an
Ah,
inspiration.
they're cool. Yeah. Oh, I love a book festival.
So we're going to do, so I've pressed the 2 diagonals flat, and then that means that you can lay the other one on top. So you're doing that at both
So you
corners.
have to press the first 2 back
Yeah.
before you can add these.
Yeah.
Otherwise you box yourself into a corner.
Yes.
I love the rectangular snowball block.
Yeah.
though. The effect. And also, can we just take a moment to appreciate how Louisa has quilted both of them, but in particular, the strawberry season. I think those diagonal lines going into the centre are just sublime, aren't they?
And I will cover that slightly in a minute. But yeah, that's all in the instructions.
Now, it is fair to say that if you were trying to quilt the whole quilt, as Louise has done with the strawberry season one, can we just look at the strawberry season one? Is that all right? If you were trying to quilt a whole quilt like this, if it was the whole quilt put together, that would be a nightmare because you would be constantly turning a whole quilt.
Yeah.
But Quilt As You Go, that's an easy job, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It is a game changer, really. I mean, if you don't mind the sashing strip, obviously you need the sashing strip.
Yeah.
But if you do like blocks with a cream background or a cream border, and then you do a cream sashing, it disappears into the block.
Sure.
So it's not as obvious. Right, so you've done your rectangle and you've done your half snow block. So what you need to have to do is to put the white border on your block. So that is your 2 white strips. Just make sure that your snowballs are pointing in the right direction. So you're going to sew one to the top of there and one to the side. So this is a 1/4 inch seam. So I will put this on. Oh, no, wrong one. There we go. So I tried to put the shorter strip on the top of the block and the longer strip on the side, just to be consistent. But if you don't, it's not the end of the world.
Sure.
It's just a white frame, so it's not really going to make much difference.
Good news, I still have a couple of the autumnal days quilt kits available. There are like nearly 30 of you with that in your basket for the last couple. You do need to check out your basket, please. Just take the opportunity now to check out, otherwise you will miss out. Fear of missing out's a real thing.
Okay, so press those seams outwards.
Yeah.
So that finishes off your other corner block.
Very crisp, it's lovely.
Okay, so that's going to be your next row. So I will pin this.
I do think, though, Louisa, the stitch and flip blocks are the most accurate patchwork we sew usually, aren't they? Because you're starting with that base.
Yes, definitely. I love a stitch and flip.
You do a lot of hand sewing.
Yeah.
Which is your favourite out of the two?
Well, it depends what I'm doing. I mean, I suppose, yeah, there's something about sitting at a machine for 6 hours with your ears in, and it's just nice, and you just carry on. But then I sit in front of the telly and do hand sewing, so a bit of both, really. Although my hands are starting to...
Oh, are they from hand?
I'm ignoring that for a minute.
Hand exercises.
Yes. Well, I don't know, are you supposed to use them more or rest them more?
Use them.
use them.
I say use it or lose it. Yeah.
Well, exactly. Right, so one onto the sides of those.
The pins are coming out now. It's
Yeah, I know,
getting
the longer the
serious.
seam.
Last couple of autumnal days kits to check out, please. Don't forget as well, while you're getting your kit, grab your backing bundle because these are such great value. We've got one for the strawberry season, 5 half meters. That one's gone, yeah? I've got one of these bundles left. That's the autumnal days. 2.5 meters, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Also, 1.5 meters or 3 units of your batting as well, okay? And that will do all of your backing. Remember, it's done as Quilt As You Go blocks. I suppose if you didn't want to do Quilt As You Go, you could join them all together.
Oh, of course you could, yeah. Yeah, and then you
whole
can
thing.
send it off, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Right, so that's your top block, and then you've got your middle block. So I've pressed the seams outwards in those ones and pressed the seams inwards in that one.
Yep.
And then you're going to pin those together. So where you've got your nestling seam, opposite seams, and they nestle into each other, so that helps you match your seams. Which is the biggest thing I learned when I was doing quilting, is the pressing of the seams.
Yes.
I think that's the most basic thing to start with. And once you've got that, you go, oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it all
Yeah.
flows on from there.
Does make a difference.
It does. Even with just a square, I do a beginner's quilt kit, and it's just squares that I pre-cut so people don't have to worry about the cutting. And just, I mean, then that's the biggest thing in that kit, is learning the pressing of the seams.
Yeah.
Because you don't, I mean, I know we're not being quilt police, but you do like your points to match, don't you?
I think you know, if it happens, it's great.
Yeah, yeah, bonus.
Bonus day. I mean, one of the lovely things about this design is that centre star floats. So really, however you piece it, you will get star points.
Yeah.
You will get beautiful points.
Yeah.
Because they float. They don't come up to a seam.
Yeah, there's not really any, apart from that, the ones I've just done, there's not really a lot of points to match.
No.
So it's,
10 of the patterns left, that's it. 5 left now, 5. 45 in baskets. Oh, it's not enough.
right, so let's do the same to the other edge.
Steph's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart, the linen lad. Is that my new nickname? Looking lush, gorgeous quilt. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I did that thing, Louisa, about, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks ago. I found a really lovely linen shirt and then discovered that it came in lots of colours. So then I buy 5. All the same, with different colours.
I love this dress. It's years old and it's faded a bit, and I love it, and I can't find another one like it.
Is that linen as well?
Yeah, we both got the memo this morning.
Good, yeah, navy linen. Janet
It was
Clare's
only
in
the blue
house,
girl
though,
that
you
didn't
know.
wear.
Yes, so cheeky. Janet Clare isn't wearing navy blue. Outrageous. I will pick over
We've
that
come out
with
in
her.
tribute in honour of Janet. Right, so you've got those seams. So these seams I actually press open
Okay.
just to reduce the bulk a bit. So we'll do that.
Has the pattern sold out, Ben? I think we might have done, yeah.
Okay, so all you need to do now is attach the borders. Which is simply done, easily
Great.
done. So
I think
how we
we've
do
sold
this
out of
one?
everything, Louise. Or I think the Autumnal Days quilt kit. Have we got one? Literally one left. How many in baskets? 31 in baskets, okay.
That fabric's been sitting on my shelf for about 18 months. It's like, oh, that's it's gone now.
Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. But of course, once it's gone, it's gone.
Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's an old collection as well, so I don't think it's available anymore. Well, it's not to me.
No,
So, yeah.
love it. Absolutely love it.
Okay, so now you're going to just get your borders. So I have on the pattern obviously paired up these fabrics myself, so you can follow my pattern and pair them, or you can pair them up yourself. You can just lay them all out. You do have...
Just move everything over to the right a
sorry.
little bit for me. That's it, and then slightly up. Just slightly. That's absolutely amazing, thank you.
You do have a lot more fabric, well, slightly more fabric than you need, so there is room for cutting error, but there's also room to chop and change what you want with wear. And to be honest, I think you could probably you might be able to get 3 more blocks out.
Really?
Yeah, I have been quite generous with the fabric, but I mean, one of them uses 2 borders, so you did need half a metre of... So
it's potentially a little
You could
scatter
get-
cushion or 2.
Oh yes, definitely.
Lovely.
Definitely. So pin those. So I always pin the ends first, because you know, I mean, this is a good way also of squaring up your quilt, your blocks, because you know that strip is 15.5 inches.
Right.
So if you've gone a bit too weird with your seam allowances or whatever in the block, you know that once you've pinned the 2 ends, then it will come out as a 15 or a 19.5 inch block in this case. Okay, so that's again with the seam allowance. So I think you get the gist. So I'll go on about. So press that open, sew that, press that open, and then sew the other 2, and that completes your block. So it's 19.5 inches, but you will be trimming it down to 18.5 inches once you've done the quilting.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, so you quilt first and then you square it up.
Yeah, because it pulls it in.
Got you. That's good then, though. Even after quilting, everything's going to fit together. Can I just mention, I've had some very exciting news in my ear. How many people missed out on strawberry season? 39, 40, let's call it 40 of you missed out. I've just had 1 kit bounce back.
Oh.
There is 1 strawberry season kit bounce back. Shall we just have a quick look? Let's have a quick look. These fabric, I'd like this. Can I just buy it? This is absolutely gorgeous. I can't jump the queue. It's absolutely beautiful. The finished result as well is just stunning. You've got these beautiful teals and pinks and gorgeous strawberry red. There is 1 kit available. You've got your linen texture there. You've got your white solid. It just makes everything pop. Really beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Plus your pattern as well for the 54-inch square. It's gone. Well done. Well done. Stunning. All right. Now, with that
Right,
being said,
so...
autumn days, gone. Autumn days, gone. Gone.
Well, I'll show you the quilting bit.
Oh, yes, please.
Right, so once you've got your block, obviously I've quilted this. I use quilter's masking tape to start me off.
Okay.
So if you can see, starts off with a diagonal line across there and a diagonal line across there. Can you see this? Yeah. And then you're going to use that line as a guide at the edge of your walking foot to then sew the second line. Then you pivot there and then you sew back out again. So you're using those first 2 diagonal lines as a guide. So your walking foot, my walking foot I think is 1 inch wide, so it's 1/2 inch lines. So whatever your walking foot is, you know that it will be a parallel line and it will be all straight. So So I've increased the stitch length to about 3.2 just to make it a bigger stitch. Yep. So as I say, put masking tape across there, going through, so the edge of the masking tape is going through the corners, and then you use that as a guide for your first line. So that way and that way, and then you're just going to echo quilt all the way out for each corner.
And when you layer up your 3 layers, Louisa, how do you keep your layers?
I just use curved safety pins.
Curved safety pins.
I know a lot of, the glue's fine, and that would be fine on here because it's just a small project, so you can do that easily. I've always got visions of me covering everything with glue and just and spraying everything.
Yeah, sure.
So I always just use curved safety pins.
Fair enough.
And because you're working on a small shape, a small project, it's not going to move around too much. I use an extendable table, obviously. Quilting gloves are amazing to give you grip, so that saves you pain in your shoulders.
Yes.
But as you say, you're only going along here, pivoting, so you sew along there, pivot, turn it, sew all the way down here. And then what I then do is just lift the foot and the needle and move it along to the next side, and then I'll go back the other way.
Oh, so
you're not
you
breaking
do all four
threads.
quarters
So
evenly
yeah,
around.
Yeah.
So
So
you don't quilt one
Oh no,
triangle?
one quarter at a time.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So I'll go the next one, and then I'll do the next one a bit, and then again. So you're just going in.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your quilting, or you could do free motion. So the owl one has got a free motion meandering squiggle on it, and again, you're only working with a small block. So if you wanted to try free motion for ages and you want to practice, then you could do that.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could just echo quilt. So again, you can turn this block in your machine as much as you want because it's a short. So you could just echo quilt each of the blocks.
Yeah. Well, if you're a hand quilter,
Or you could hand
very
quilt.
portable, just one
Yeah,
block at a time.
exactly.
Still do quilt as you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hand quilting, that'd be
Or a bit of
lovely.
both.
Some embroidery, anything.
Lovely. Yeah,
So
absolutely
yeah,
gorgeous.
very, very usable. Right, so I just wanted to show you then how to cut them down. So it obviously started off as a 19.5 inch, but when you machine quilt, especially if it's quite quilty, it draws in the wadding and the backing, so it would have shrunk a bit. So what we'll do is use as big a square ruler as you've got, ideally one that's 9.25, at least 9.25 inch wide. So I'm trimming this down to 18.5 inch block. So obviously half of 18.5, half of 18.5, oh my God. Half of 18.5 is 9.25.
You make that so simple.
Basically half the size that you want.
Yes.
So that's what you're going to line up along against the middle of the quilt. So those points of the rectangles there, that's my middle of the quilt. Line up a horizontal line as well. So you're basically squaring it off and trimming it at the same time. You might have a little bit of a wobble, but go with they're all lined up more or less. So you're going to sew. So this is for the first two edges. So you might need a bigger rotary cutter for this.
Or a
bit.
fresh blade. They're on screen.
It was
10 of
fine.
them for $19.99.
Okay, bear with me. Entertain yourselves for a minute.
One thing can I just throw in at this juncture? If you're terrified at the thought of doing all that lovely work, quilting it, and then having to trim it, and think, what if I get it wrong? Like, don't rotary cut around. Mark around with a friction pen. And then, spend half an hour measuring it just to convince yourself you've measured it out
Again
right.
and again, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you don't have to trim and then think, oh no, I did 19 by mistake, or, you could mark it.
Yeah. This is the bit that does paranoid me the most, to be honest. And I do it.
Yeah.
And you just take your time. You turn the music off, you concentrate. You just take your time.
Yeah, no podcasting
No
at this
podcasting,
point.
no. So then the same with the second edge. So move it to the second edge. Line up your ruler again with your 9.25. And then cut. All right, bear with me. Oh, come on.
We so need a lower table,
And that.
don't we?
Right, so there's your bits. So then for the second two edges, what you can do is use a long ruler, because you know that you've centred it. So then, because you need an 18.5 inch block, you could just line up your 18.5 inch on the edge of the square and then sew down there.
Yeah, just cut away.
Which I won't do because, I will.
You'll cut the ribbon.
I'll cut the ribbon. Right, bear with me. This will take a while.
I did actually just cut the ribbon off the other day because it was getting in my way and annoying me. So I just grabbed a pair of scissors and cut it off.
Okay. I like these. And I thought the Eliso ones went upwards, but
That's
does
the
that
big
not?
one, that's the mini.
I like that.
Yeah, it's lovely with the light on the front.
And the mat, so it never really goes off, does it? You don't have to
that's
stand there for 10 minutes waiting for it to come in, to wake up. Oops. I don't think this ribbon's going to survive, sorry. Right, I will trim this down because I want to show you how to join the two blocks. Okay.
Could always use the other end, couldn't you, of the ruler? That hasn't got a ribbon on it.
Yeah? That's a good idea, Stuart.
Yeah, every day
You
I pick
learn
my
something.
pea, that was it. I would have rewatched that moment. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. On my dark days, I'll watch that.
I like how you said it, though, when I was just coming to the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right. So you've got your two blocks. So again, I've laid them out how I have. You could follow my design, or you can just lay them out completely differently.
Gorgeous.
All right, so what you're going to do, so you've got a 1-inch strip for your front. So that's your sashing that's included in the kit.
Yep.
And then you've got your backing strip, which you need the extra, so that's your backing, your half a metre backing. So you cut 2-inch strips of this, and then you fold them in half and press them like you would for binding.
Yep.
Okay, so I find the easier way, so the binding clips I use for this rather than pins.
They were our early bird this morning,
Oh,
a bag of
yeah.
100. Have we got any left? I'll have a look.
Right.
$14.99 is the proper price. Today they're an early bird. They're $9.99 for 100 quilters clips. Amazing. And we do still have a few left.
So I clip the first bit, the front bit first.
Because it would be hard to pin.
Yeah,
through wadding,
through the
wouldn't it?
wadding.
Backing, yeah.
So pin that, clip the front bit. Oh. All right, I seem to have quilted that without the, oh no, there it is. Sorry. Oh. I just brought an extra bit of wadding with me, obviously. I don't know why. Right, we'll start that again. Sorry. That threw me. Right, so clip the 1-inch strip of wadding to the front.
So that's the single unfolded strip.
Yes. And then turn it to the back. And then you want your folded edge towards the block.
Yep.
So your raw edges together, basically.
Yep.
And then just reposition your binding clips so you are holding the front and the back strip,
Yep.
like so. Right, I'm going to try and do this without the walking foot.
Sure. You can use
I have got a
if you
walking
want.
foot. Hang on, right, well, bear with me then. Oops. Right.
I've got to say, Louisa, I'm very excited about the peg bag, which is at 11 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Everyone needs a peg bag. I made it years ago and I still use mine now. Right, walking foot on. So you're going to do this with a 1/4-inch seam allowance. My 1/4-inch on my machine with the walking foot on is in a different place because obviously your walking foot is wider
Yes.
than your 1/4-inch foot. So if you just line up your ruler against and find out where your 1/4-inch line is on your walking foot,
Yeah.
and then guide it along there.
Okay.
So you just want to do it a 1/4-inch walk.
Bit of washi tape on the
Yeah,
top of your machine.
yeah, exactly. So I'm going to guess on this because I didn't do that. So you're going to sew through. So you're sewing through both strips and the block all the way down. So what's supposed to happen in an ideal world, because your front strip is 1 inch wide and you're sewing a 1/4-inch seam allowance, you've got your 1/4 inch, so when you open it, it will be a 1/2 inch wide, but that will be covering the inch, the 3/4 inch seam allowances on both sides, so you shouldn't have any extra bulk in there, any extra gap.
No overlap, no
Yeah,
gap.
I mean, that's the way it should work. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. You just measure the width of it to work out your longer strips. So I'm just going to press. Ooh,
Oh, let me help you.
trashing the place now, sorry. So press your front strip open, leave your back strip in place for a minute. Press your front strip open, and then what you're going to do, put your second block down and put your first block right sides together on top. So I find it easier to sew with this one on top because of the walking foot, and you can see where you're sewing. If you sewed that way round, you wouldn't see where the strip is.
Just guessing, aren't you?
Yeah. And you might find that this bit's getting in the way, but at least if you sew it from this direction, you can see where this is.
Yeah. So at this point, that folded strip is not involved.
No.
It's not part of this
No,
round,
not press.
right?
Don't press that until afterwards. So again, clip your strip.
I'd never tried Quilt As You Go until probably a year ago. And I did fall in love a little bit, actually. It's got to be said. What I fell in love with was the fact that kind of at this stage, you are done. So when you, because I'm so used to putting the blocks together, and I'm only halfway through, but when you put the blocks together, you are done.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, you've got to
And
bind
you've got to, like-
bind the edge.
Yeah. So you've got to, like a bit of hand sewing.
Yeah.
Because you are going to now hand sew the backing strips down
Yeah.
to cover the gap. But again, it's like I did all the machine bits and folded and pressed these just in that bit so I didn't catch them, and left all the hand sewing till the end like you would binding.
Sure.
And again, you can just do that in front of the telly. Of an evening.
Or if you're lucky enough to have a little weekend away in the caravan at the coast,
Oh, well, yeah.
or the lakes, or do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Little pop them in your bag and yeah,
So I
little fire pit going.
Oh.
We went to friends who have a gas-fired fire pit,
Wow.
bottled gas, so it's smokeless.
Oh, that's a good idea. So you don't walk away smelling of smoke.
Exactly. It was lovely.
So there you go.
Oh, that's smart.
There's your
Look at
sashing
that.
strip, so you can press that
Yeah, love it.
and then turn to the back, and you're going to press that over and then hand stitch that down. So as I said, your wadding should sit nice and flat.
Yep.
There's a tiny little gap there, but fold that over, hand sew that down,
Yeah.
attach a third block, do the same again, and then you can hand sew.
For a nosy, is that all right?
Yeah, you can hand sew these down.
Gotcha. Oh, it's a
That's
lovely,
nice and
neat
flat.
finish, isn't it? That
Yeah.
looks so good. Really slick.
Yeah.
Back and front.
Yeah, exactly. So then, what I suggest is, because these may not be an accurate quarter seam allowance, before you cut down your longer strips, measure across the 3 blocks. Each one. I mean, mine were all the same actually. They're supposed to be 54.5, but mine were 55.5 on both quilts. So, as I say, who cares? It doesn't matter.
No,
so
embrace
just cut
you.
down exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. And I do, I actually think that having that sort of half-inch sashing between the blocks adds a huge amount to the design. Lets you appreciate the blocks, doesn't
Exactly,
it?
yeah. And when you've got such deads quilting, it just splits them up. So you're not, if you were going to join that one to that one, you might want to just join and like be fussy about where your quilting lines were going to join, but you don't have to with this. 'Cause
No, it's gorgeous. And that quilting, again, I just think that is absolutely exquisite. And the kind of thing that if you were trying to quilt a whole quilt in that style would drive you mad, I think. But on a block, an absolute joy to do. Lovely, mindful.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
because it's just straight lines, so you're just going on and it's
Yeah.
repetitive and.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I just want to get everybody excited about your next out because I'm super excited. Do you mind just grabbing the finished examples? These are so cute. And although normally I'm a bit of a traditional person, I've fallen in love with the colour palette of the solids. So tell me about this.
So you've got 2 different. So this one's more of a scrappy one. So
Yep.
it's you start off by doing your hand EPP, to put all your hexagons together into a panel.
Yeah.
And then you have to cut the panel down. Now, some people, and Helen knows who I'm talking about, made the panel and she's too scared to cut it down because obviously you've done a lot of work in that. So I'm hoping going to take the fear out of that.
Okay, good.
And she's going to cut into it. So yeah, so you've got the scrappy one, or that one's actually arranged in rows. So that's why in the panel. So that's why it's a slightly different.
It's really cute, really cute. And it is for me, it's like a little birdhouse, but a birdhouse for your pegs.
Not your soul.
Not your soul, not your soul. Although I love that song. Adorable, great. So that's coming up at 11 o'clock. Amazing. What are you going to do for the next hour? Just
Have a cup of tea.
gorgeous.
See if my
Chill.
husband's awake.
Who knows? Right, we're going to go to a little break. Well done if you managed to get hold of the amazing quilt from this hour. Everything has now sold out. Now, after the break, I'm joined by the legend that is Janet Clare. She didn't wear navy. We got the demo. Janet Clare did not. There she is. She don't care. Janet, we'll see you after the break. She's got time to change. See you after this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show? or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
No.
Pull ourselves together.
Abracadabra. Oh my God, Janet Clare's here.
Hello,
It's the
you.
Soup Dragon herself. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good to see you.
It's nice to be here, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
It is.
fabulous.
Yeah.
And abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Bit of magic, everyone. This hour is all about this amazing quilt. This is absolutely superb,
Thank
Janet.
you.
Tell me about it.
Well, it was a block of the month for my email club. And I called it Abracadabra because abracadabra is actually, according to Wikipedia,
Yeah.
oh look, we've put it on, it's hung up upside down, but never mind, didn't notice that. It's actually a talisman sort of chant to keep evil spirits away.
Ooh.
And we were making it through lockdown. But it's quite clever, the word. Can you see? Abracadabra. And then you just leave a letter off and then it spells all the A's are aligned, the B's are aligned, the R's are aligned, and then it says abracadabra.
That's
Up
so
the
cool.
side. I know, so I thought that was such a clever, and because it's a secret quilt along,
Yeah.
it's like this magic reveal at the end. So that's why it's called
Yeah.
Abracadabra.
It's absolutely brilliant.
And it's basically a masterclass in my own wonky fashion of half square triangles.
Yeah.
So we were exploring half square triangles, quarter square triangles. What did we decide? The square with the 3 triangles.
Oh,
was
like a
called?
split pinwheel.
Split pinwheel, there's one there.
Yep.
And there is a tiny bit of foundation piecing.
Is it like here?
There, yes, and this one. I've got the demo for that one.
Great.
A tiny bit of foundation piecing in, but basically we're talking about triangles. And if you can make a half square triangle, you can make so many quilts, can't you? They're the foundation.
This is so fabulous because it's not a traditional sort of sampler quilt
No.
where it's like, here's a block, here's another block.
Yeah.
This has a wholeness to
Yes.
it, doesn't it?
Thank you. And I was giving people chunks, so they didn't know where they were going. We weren't making them in order. And everyone really enjoyed it. It was really good fun. And a nice big border all the way around.
I love the way as well the blocks look almost sort of overlapped with
Yes.
each other. It's such a clever design, isn't it? Have you seen in the corners how you've got like this large block here, but then you've got like almost like overlapping or
In the middle.
superimposed?
Yeah, and there's a big sort of diagonal stripe
Yeah.
running through.
It's really
So much
clever.
fun. It's a nice quilt to make. It looks much harder than it is. I think if you were a beginner, you'd be able to make it. Definitely.
Amazing. And also looks absolutely gorgeous in the blues, but think about all the different colour combinations you could use
Yep,
for this.
Absolutely. So the pattern has actually got a mock-up with the geometry fabric in, so that's sharp green. But we've also included a colouring sheet, which we've exploded out so you can see which individual elements are. And I just enlarged them a little bit, and just started playing with different elements and how they might build together. I'm going to need to make a colouring book, Stuart. I'm getting obsessed with colouring in
Yes.
quilt books.
Yes, I love that though, and also how it's all exploded into chunks. You could really plan out how you're going to make this.
Yeah.
This is appealing to me very much. This is all, I mean, it's all
Yeah,
just
a red and
fab.
white quilt is so striking, and you can start playing with secondary patterns and where you place the dark tones and everything, and it really helps you visualise what you're working towards, what you're aiming for. So really, really good, fun project. Mainly half square triangles. Lots of tips and techniques coming up, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Now, we need to have a look at the kit because we have a kit for this. It's £149.99. There's three-way split pay available. Remember, you don't pay any interest. You don't have to fill in any forms. It's just an option you pick when you check out. You could just pay £49.99 today. You'll get the kit home in 3 to 5 working days, and away you go. So we get our Hope Anchors the Soul bag.
Get your Hope Anchors the Soul bag.
Absolutely gorgeous. Your kit's included in there. And then inside, you get your full pattern and the full fabric
And
kit.
all the fabric. Let's move some of
Yeah,
those
lovely,
things out of
thank
the
you.
way.
So talk us through the fabrics, Janet.
Well, this is from my Astra range, and it's really lovely sort of colour palette, really subtle.
That is gorgeous.
Colour palette.
Absolutely
Very,
gorgeous.
very similar to this one.
Yeah.
And nice big loose constellation. So it's about the stars and the night sky, but it's not really, really obvious. I think you need to look a bit closer to see what they are. So you've got the constellations in 2 colourways. So you've got this indigo, and then you've got this one, which has got little pops of that rusty orange.
Gorgeous. Love this one as well, like
That's
paint
good
splatters.
fun. That's really good fun.
And I
That's
think
all the black holes and what else is all up there. Like that one.
gorgeous. And I think as well, what you've got in the kit is you've got the values done for
They're
you,
organised
which
for
is
you.
everything
It
in
is.
a quilt like that,
It
isn't
really is. If you're going to have something that's really simple and striking,
Yeah.
you want to make sure that the fabric placement is just right. And that's one of my favourite things to do when we're designing quilts.
So just for anyone that isn't clear about what value is and why it
Yes.
matters in a quilt, would you just
Yes.
give us a nutshell?
So what I always like is like a really true dark colour and a really true light. And then you're looking for some interest in between the two tones. So I've got a dark, medium dark, a medium, and then the light. And you can subdivide that as many times as you like. Now, the easiest thing to do before we had smartphones is just to squint at things. When you're making a pile, if you're making this scrappy, you could just start piling, just sort of squint. That's pale, that's medium, whatever. But you can take a photograph on your phone and put it to grayscale, and then you can see immediately that you need a really dark and a really light. And then obviously, when you're making the half square triangles, you want a light and a dark opposite each other. So that would be the most opposite. But that's a light and a dark as well.
It is.
And that's a light and a dark. And you can start then playing around. That's a light and a
It
dark.
is.
And that's where your colouring sheet comes in, or you're playing, because then you can start placing. And that's how you get the secondary patterns, which are... How do we explain what a secondary pattern is?
It's where kind of two different blocks or two lots of units that stand alone join together and create something extra.
Something extra.
Something
They bring
else.
something else to it. And that's this, like the stripe coming in and out and the borders. So it's really, really good fun. And there's a few key skills, really, with everything. Louisa was saying the same. You know, it's understanding the value, getting the scale of your print right, and then just a few little tips
Yeah.
and tricks to get that accurate as you can be while still enjoying it.
Yeah, sure.
And that's what I always say.
Yeah, you've got to live in the real world.
You've got to live in the real world, and I've never seen anybody unhappy with an unpicker.
No,
Have you?
quite, not really.
No.
True enough. So you get all of that fabric included, plus your Abracadabra pattern for £149.99. Now you get a lot of fabric here. This is plenty to make the 64-inch by 64-inch quilt that's hanging behind me. Do we need to buy extra binding, or
No,
is it included?
The binding will be there as well.
Amazing, amazing. So everything you see is included. You've got that really dark constellation, absolutely gorgeous, inky dark. You've got the lightest, this lovely warm, creamy tan, and then you've got your 2 middle shades. So all of your value is worked out for you. You can concentrate on just enjoying the process of making all these different blocks. And I think another way, we were talking about secondary patterns, just here where you see these different blocks come together. So although you see a split diamond, this is actually made from 4 different units coming together.
Yep.
There's your secondary pattern.
There's your secondary pattern.
Yeah, lovely. Don't forget, you also, of course, get the beautiful calico bag. And this can be used as a bag, or Janet.
I know, I always bring
my
these with me.
favourite.
I need to make a few other ideas with these. This is a little funny little cushion cover, and I just fell in love with this
Yeah.
bright pink pom-pom trim. Put a little
gorgeous.
backing on it. And then this one I made a little bag, and I've even kept my name inside, a little zipper bag.
Yeah.
Because it's 100% cotton, it's indigo ink, and I put them through the washing machine. There's a tiny smidge of sort of tightening up with the fabric. I don't want to say shrinking,
No.
but the font is brilliant, didn't run or anything. So you can use them for other things, because we get so many tote bags, don't
Yeah,
we?
I love that.
So-
A couple of messages for you, Janet.
Oh, lovely.
Carol's got in touch using Kent. She
Hello.
says, "Happy Friday, all."
Yes, it's Friday.
Janet, your quilts are truly inspirational. Keep producing these wonderful designs. That's coming from
Oh,
Kent.
thank you.
2 more. This one is from Lowry, who's in Cambridgeshire. She says, "Morning, Stuart and Janet. Love this quilt. And Astra is my favourite Janet range."
Thank you.
One more. This is from Tony, who is in, we don't know. "Morning, Stuart. Please tell Janet the new version of the pattern is in blue.
Blue, not green. I have got the previous edition of the print. You will be getting this one, which is reprinted, re-updated, and hot off the press. We picked it up yesterday afternoon. You will be getting this one.
I didn't twig, actually, which is why I said we don't know where from. But Tony is your Tony.
That's Tony.
Yes, the chief,
Chief of everything.
And he likes to remind you of that.
Clearly had his coffee this morning.
Yes,
He's all
on
over
fire,
it.
Tony. What are you cooking for dinner tonight? I presume he does just cook for you and it's all there
Absolutely,
laid
does
on
everything.
when you get home.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Slippers warming by the fire.
Absolutely.
Hard day at the office, dear?
Yeah.
Right, so
getting beans
so
on
many of the. Oh, I had that yesterday, but instead of ordinary bread, I'd got some garlic bread slices left. So I toasted them, beans on top, and then really good cheddar cheese.
We're on
Oh, it
garlic
was
bread.
Sublime. You can have that for nothing.
Wow,
So many of
garlic
these in
bread.
baskets. Check out. You get all your fabrics. You get the fabulous Abracadabra pattern, 64 inches square, and your gorgeous calico bag included for $149.99. I think that's a really cool price. You could pay $49.99 today and get it home. 3 split pays available if you choose. Remember, no charge for that. No extra charge. 2 split pays would have been good. 3 is just a bit of a gift, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. Makes
Just-
life easier, doesn't it?
does. Check out your basket if you've got that in there. Now, I also have the pattern on its own, don't I, Janet?
You do indeed.
So if you would like the pattern on its own,
Let's put that back before we lose
Thank
all
you.
the bits.
now you do get the blue colourway included. Here we go. Thank you, Tony. $9.99 for this. And remember, what's great about this is you're learning lots of different techniques. There's some foundation piecing in there. There's half square. There's quarter square triangles.
Yes, and the split pinwheel. That's what we called
Split
it.
pinwheel. Yeah, all included. So this was originally done as a block of the month.
It was a block of the month, and we chunked it down. So we started really simply with half square triangles, and then we did quarter squares, and we built it up. And they were just given little bits at random. And then they were all like, "Oh, you're working on part 7." And then it was all little parts of my making. So we just made little tiny blocks and some half square triangles.
Is the pattern
put it
split
all
up
together.
like that still?
It's definitely subdivided into blocks.
So if I want
and-
to chunk it, I
Yeah,
can.
you absolutely can. And it tells you all about the making the label, how the blocks are built, and you've got so many diagrams.
Fab.
And Tony's put the exact fabric in it with the kit, so he's done an amazing job as usual. But this is the little chunk here. You see block E, and you think, well, where does that fit? So they were making it and get really excited about it. Think, I don't know where it's going to fit. And that's why it was Abracadabra.
Really cool. Love that.
So lots and lots of ideas for you, lots of tips, and then the exploded diagram, which I've split up. I mean, you could subdivide it more if you wanted to. And that means that you can keep building and using your scraps if you want. And here it is, all the little sections that I had to keep labelling so I could work out where I was supposed to put them.
You know, when you come to actually put the chunks together, do we have to do anything difficult, like a Y seam or
no.
straight seams?
Yeah, straight seams, really, really straightforward, nice and easy.
Great, perfect. That's what we like to hear.
I haven't come to grips with Y seams yet, have you? I still avoid them.
No, I've made friends with them, but I mean, I avoid them if I can.
Yeah.
I'd like to do like a 1930s version. You know, this little 1930s
The little
pastel-y
ditsies.
prints.
That'd be really cute.
Or scrappy. There's
Yeah.
so many ways you could use this pattern. It's a great one.
And it's nice with the pale background, isn't it? As well.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yes, actually, I hadn't noticed that, but of course the original has
very
the dark.
Yeah, very, very dark.
Yeah.
It's got a front cover somewhere. Where's the front cover? There it
On the other
is.
side of that. Can't show
Yep.
them side by side. Oh, there
you
we go.
There you go. See, that's why I brought it, Tony. That's why I brought the wrong pattern with me.
Yeah, Tony.
That's what I did. I knew this was going to come up.
I'll do it. Oh, yeah. Now that is really versatile. Looks totally
It does
different.
look different, doesn't
Yes,
it?
it does. Yes, it does.
There you go.
Done good there.
We did good.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
So, shall we?
Are we talking
do a
about? We are. And you were demonstrating, we were talking this morning, weren't we, about your
Half square triangle.
the ruler, yes. So there's lots and lots of ways to do it. And I think with anything, it's finding out the way that works for you, isn't it? So we have got a few methods in, and I'm going to talk you through quite a few of them. Hopefully we won't run out of time. Now, the easiest way to make a pair of half square triangles, all the measurements are in the pattern. You're going to cut 2 squares, one lighter, one darker, whatever the values are that you need. And you're going to draw that diagonal line across, which is what takes the time actually, doesn't it, marking up. And then you're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch away from that diagonal line. And then when you cut down there, you have got a pair of half square triangles. Now that's really, really easy, and that makes 2 at a time, and there's no waste. But when you've cut those through, often you've got to trim them down to size. And we're going to do that in a minute.
Okay.
On this one is you make 8 at a time, and it's exactly the same process. You just start with much bigger squares, one light and dark, put them on top of each other. Then you're going to mark up both of the diagonals. And I've got red stitching, so I hope it shows up. And you're going to stitch
does,
1/4 of an inch away from each of those diagonal lines. And then we've got to subdivide those into squares, and then we've got to cut on that diagonal line again.
So one of those makes 8 half
One
square
of those would
triangles.
make 8. And there's actually a bit thriftier with fabric somehow. The maths works out, so it's a bit easier.
Cool.
So that's a really, really easy way of making a lot of half square triangles at a time. And that's what we were doing when we were doing it throughout the year. We just kept making half square triangles. And then we got fun with the blocks. Right, so I do a lot of labelling. There's a lot of labelling.
Yeah.
Now then, I was going to show you. Block A. A lot of the blocks are simply half square triangles, which you will, I'll be able to find one now, which you will be able to just lay out. So this section here, this block A, there, is just half square triangles. So put it in the right place, shall I? Yeah. Lots and lots of half square triangles which you arrange, and then 4 squares. So I've got a few here we can just start laying
Great.
out. And it just tells you exactly where to put them. So having a big stash of half square triangles ready made, and then when you can sit down at the machine, you know, you can just start chain piecing them together really simply. We're going to run out of space. Here you go. It's got a whole TV studio, but there's not enough space for me and my half square triangles. So we're just doing that top row. Can you see how quickly it builds? And I think when you're looking at a big quilt, you see it all and you don't know how to break it down. And actually, it's as simple as half square triangles. There we go. And that's the top row of that done. Put that in the right place. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's the top row of, it's that section there.
So you just sew those together.
Just sew those together, and then the next ones are just half square triangles again. And where you put the fabric is the result you get. That's what makes the placement and the fun. And as you can see, my demo is with this sharp green. So really, really simple. And I say just be as accurate or worried about accuracy as you can be while you're still enjoying the process, because there's no world where wonky 1/4 inch seam actually makes the slightest bit of difference, is there? It just doesn't really, not in the real world, doesn't really matter. So just enjoy. Half square triangles, very, very forgiving.
You mentioned earlier on that you trim them to size.
Yes, let's do some trimming to size. We'll find one with some ears on. The ones that aren't trimmed have got these ears on.
Okay.
And I'm a press open.
Yep.
I like to press everything open. Now that I said earlier, there is a lovely American gentleman who designed these rulers called Doug Lico. And he gave me one to try out, and it's so, so useful, but I can't find a stockist here. And then Stuart said, oh, that's all right, because we've got something fabulous on the show already today. This one, you will line up that diagonal line with one of these diagonals. I think they're all the same, but slightly different, aren't they? They get you there in the end. You're going to line it up, and this one, you're lining up with not the measurement that you're cutting to, but the measurement that the finished half square triangle is going to be.
Got you.
So this I want to trim to 4.5 inches, because when it's sewn in my quilt it'll be 4, so I'm looking for the 4. And this table is very high. We've already discussed that. So we'll just go on to our tippy toes, and then you're literally going to protect your fingers. Stuart backed off when I got the rotary cutter. Did you see that? He flinched. He visibly flinched then. Did that even cut? Right, no. Let's tiptoes, literally on tiptoes. Anyway, you will be able to work it out. Look, we're making a right hash of this because we can't actually reach what we're doing. But you'll trim them down. And I actually, with my level of wonkiness and the speeds that I like to sort of zoom along in, this is probably the worst cutting demo you'll ever see, so don't worry about it. Or maybe it's what happens to you at home.
It's an achievement in itself, isn't it, Janet?
It is a gift I've got.
Sometimes.
It is a gift. Maybe I'll look at that blade. You've got to do, and then you've got to turn around to do the other side. So this in itself will take a while. But why I put up with the trimming is because I'm not very accurate, and this gives you the opportunity to get back.
Redeem yourself.
Yes, to get absolutely back. The other thing is, if you haven't got a fancy ruler, although you probably all have now, you've watched the telly, a lot of the square rulers have a 45-degree angle on them anyway, and you can use that. It's all there to help you. Everything's there. What you'll have to do with this one, though, is try and line it up more for the right measurements, because it's not set up with the maths for that. But there's usually a diagonal line that you can do.
Yep.
So I do trim them up. When I first started quilting, I never trimmed up. I just left them.
No one did.
I just left them as they were. So actually, it doesn't matter. I mean, does it matter? The ears, these ears get annoying. Are they less annoying if you press to one side? They're bulkier, aren't they? I think.
I always trim them off.
I trim them off.
I always trim them off.
So they get a bit annoying. Right, so when have we got time to carry on with demos?
Yeah.
Perfect. So when you have got half square triangles, you might want to make a 1/4 square triangle, which is a square that's got 4 triangles in it. And what you're going to do here, you're going to take your pair of half square triangles, which you've trimmed up, and then you're going to put opposites together.
So the diagonals going in the opposite direction.
The diagonals go in the opposite direction, and then we're going to make, we can, oh look, it's done that wrong. Look, can you see?
Okay.
So that's always like a little good little tester.
So the diagonal goes in the same way, but the...
Oh yes, the diagonal went in the same way.
Yeah.
It's like we've never made a quarter square triangle. Watch us for more professional sewing tips. Anyway, this is exactly what's going to happen to you at home. So you can just do a little test, can't you? So I'm holding my finger there, and I can see that when that is stitched together, it's going to make a quarter square triangle. And then all we're going to do is we've got to sew 1/4 inch away. I'm just going to...
Do you know, I always get slightly thrown with these because the original quilting class that I went to, the teacher did not teach that method.
Oh, right.
She taught a method that whenever I talk about it, no one has ever heard
of.
And what you do there is, can I just draw it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting just to sort of, so you've got your two squares.
My biro not work either. Oh, it does.
So you've got your two squares layered up, okay?
Yes.
And you mark both diagonals, right, like that. And then you sew 1/4 inch on that side to the line, on that side to the line, on that side to the line, and on that side to the line. And then you cut it apart, and then you just switch 2 around and sew them back together, and you've got them all done.
Wow. Okay, so how many...
So that would make 2 lots of quarter square triangles.
I've never done that. That's clever.
Yeah, it's a really good method.
Because normally, I only ever make these one at a... Yeah, you're making one at a time, basically.
Or does
because
this
you're
make-
using a pair of...
No, maybe this just make one. I don't know.
Does it?
No, it makes one, but it makes it all in one go. There isn't 2
Oh,
separate
there
processes.
isn't 2 separate processes.
No.
Clever.
Yeah.
Clever. Right, 1/4 inch away. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Down your line. So all the process with half square triangles, you want to keep your seams nice. There's a lot of cutting squares, sewing, subdividing, and truing up. And they're really, really good for beginners because there's lots of processes that you do over and over again. And if you can make half square triangles, I mean, I don't think I'll ever get tired of designing quilts with half square triangles.
No,
in.
totally agree. Totally
They're
agree.
so good and versatile.
Couple of nice messages. Bex has got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, and everyone tuning in. I'm tuning in to treat myself with my birthday money. That's like getting things for free, isn't it? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Teresa's got in touch too. She says, good morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard and Janet. That quilt is stunning. Love the embroidery on the back.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant.
Bit of abracadabra. Right, so
Yeah.
I've just done one of the seams on one side of that diagonal line, and you can see, there you go, you've got your quarter square triangle.
Yeah.
So that's nice and easy. Right, shall we do the split pinwheel?
Yes, please.
Or, yes, okay, we'll do the split
I
pinwheel.
want to do them all.
You want to do them all. We could do split pinwheel, and that is in blocks E and B. So when you get these down, they're fine. Now with this is the other way of making a half square triangle. You can actually cut squares and cut them on the diagonal already and just have them sitting there.
Yeah.
The only trouble potentially with that is that is a bias edge then, and it's just running rogue in your sewing room. You don't really want to handle those too much when you've got them, but that is really, really accurate and easy, and you won't get in a muddle. And it's very useful for when you're making things like these split pinwheels. Now these always throw me when I'm laying these out because these look so big, don't they? So what we're going for is a square It looks like that. So all these processes were coming back to making a square unit. We're just subdividing it with different fabrics.
See, that is what I like about cutting out triangles, is you can lay out the block and you know, whereas with the other methods, you kind of don't see what you're making until it's done.
You can't see it at all. So with this, we've got to sew these two together first, because otherwise you're in a dreaded Y-seam situation, which we don't want. So we're going to do pretty sides together. And then it's always useful to have your finger where you've got to sew. And I would prefer to sew from that straight, that 90-degree edge, would you? Rather than take that, I wouldn't take that corner in.
No.
And you're going to do your 1/4 inch seam. Just keep everything as nice and tidy as you like. And you're just going to zoom down. And you can chain piece these if you want to, and sew right off the edge and keep your finger or something as close as you can, because that little point there is going to want to go off.
I heard the most brilliant name for that, fishtailing, where the two bits split apart and create a fishtail.
That is exactly what they want to do.
Yeah.
There you go. Should we get the iron out, or was we actually asked for an iron?
Did you?
I did ask
for
an iron,
yes.
and it's on.
Yes. Oh. Well, that was seamless. Is that a biscuit tin under there? Janet.
What is it?
Who knows?
Somebody's been...
Oh, it's a shim. It's a metal shim.
It's a metal shim. Anyway, I press open. Do you press open?
Do you want me to press them open for you, Janet?
Yes, thank you very much. Oh, it's all going
Felt like I
down
was being
today,
given
isn't it?
instructions there. I press open, Stuart.
What do you do?
Here's the iron. I do a lot more pressing open now than I ever used to. It's funny, isn't it, how you you think your skills are set and that's it.
Yeah.
It's surprising how you can change.
It's not right for everything,
No.
is it? But every now and again you think it's very good. And if you're a stitch and a ditcher with quilting, do not press open.
Right.
Because you're only actually going to stitch in the ditch and it'll only be thread, because there's no seams underneath it to stitch on. So that's not going to be a good idea. But other than that, very, very useful.
Yep.
And it reduces bulk and it's nice and flat.
I know it seems like I'm ironing
Got
the
very
life
good
out of
ironing.
this.
I've got very good ironing.
I'm just waiting for it to heat up.
Oh, it's...
It
was on, but it's safety.
Yeah.
Safety.
Well, this threw me. You have to press the button till it goes green.
Oh.
It's just on red. It's sort of on, but it's not on.
Clever. Right then, thank you very much. Now what I want to do is I want to make sure that as much as it can be, that section there is actually in the middle of this triangle. So I'm just going to fold, and I'm going to try not to stretch anything. I'm just going to fold, and then I'm just going to score it with my finger. And then when I come to put pretty sides together, I'm going to try and line up that little fold there. And then you just actually make everything fit.
Do you want any pins?
I've got a pin. I did have a pin, didn't I? Where did I put it?
A pin?
A pin. Here you go. I've got a pin.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I've got a pin. There you go. And you can... There you go. Just put them... So that just aligns it a bit. I've been doing a lot of curved piecing, and I've been marking up the halves a lot.
Okay.
Because it just helps you get things in the right place. Now you will be calm and comfortable and sitting down, and it will all go very nicely. Thank you.
I'm cracking out the magic pins for you.
You
This is the
are
good
getting the
stuff.
good stuff.
Getting the really good stuff.
And I never, ever, ever sew over a pin. If I've sewn over a pin, it's been a complete accident. I really try hard not to sew over a pin. And I don't pin, I pin on the edges like that. Do you? Or do you pin down?
I do. Well, it depends where, but yeah. On piecing, I that, and on a border, I pin the other way, long ways.
Oh, okay. You think
Yeah.
it just keeps it in place a bit
I
better?
don't know why I do it. It's just habit, really.
Habit. I think it's a dressmaking way of pinning, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you pull them towards you, and maybe it's just that little bit quicker. But again, take your time, she says, rushing.
Well, it's tele sewing, isn't
It's
it?
tele sewing. Honestly, it won't matter anyway.
Susie Duncan's got in touch.
Hello,
Our
Susie.
Susie. Morning, lovely people. I'm a big fan of half square triangles too. I use various rulers to square up depending on their size. It's a good job done in front of the TV. Worth the effort as it redeems the wibbles.
I
Very
love
well
that
put.
phrase, redeems the wibbles.
Yes.
Okay, and now we're going to press, Stuart, my able assistant, we're going to set the stitches. Set the stitches, you just did that instinctively, and then we're going to press open again. Thank you. And then we can true up if we need to.
Okay, cool.
Wonderful. So hopefully with our crashing around and not being able to cut and all that with the rotary cutter, we've proven to you how simple it is to turn out all these half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and the split pinwheel.
Yeah, well that looks absolutely
I
gorgeous.
can't even find one now. There it is.
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
But they all sort of get nestled in together, and it's hard to see which one's which. There you go.
Lovely.
Foundation piece.
Yes, please. Don't forget, all of these techniques are covered in Janet's fabulous Abracadabra pattern. Now, at the moment, details on screen are for the full kit. That's to make the 64-inch square quilt that's hanging behind me using Janet's Astra range. So a bit of constellation going on there. You've got your lightest, your darkest, and your two middle values. All that hard work's done for you. But it's a real kind of introduction or an exploration of different piecing methods, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really good for beginners or like a really simple little project that you just want to, improvers, or you just want a nice project to do.
So this is foundation paper piecing?
This is very, very simple foundation paper piecing, and it is that block there. Okay, and what I will do is, now you all know, if I've done a big project like Posh, which was full of mariner's compasses, we print the papers and I stitch on paper because it's got to be absolutely accurate, and there's more than one block. With something like this, where I'm just making one little thing, I will actually trace templates onto some interfacing. Okay. Have you done that before?
Yes, a very long time ago, like lightweight interfacing.
Yes, very, very lightweight. And the beauty of this is you can see really clearly through it, and you can write on it. I don't know whether you can see, but I've written down, you know, that's section 2 and it's blue, and then that one's cream. And it can stay in. It can stay in, you don't have to remove it. The only thing with interfacing is before you trace the templates, I would give it a quick swish over with the iron just to make sure that it's not going to shrink on you or anything, because you really do want to press those well, don't you?
So we're using a non-fusible, lightweight interfacing.
Absolutely,
okay, cool.
Absolutely. And this is what we're going to be making. So again, it's sort of triangles into a square. We're always making squares, and you're going to make it in 2 sections. And there's a lot more marking up here than you think is necessary, because all we're doing is sewing from there to there on that seam that splits the 2.
Okay.
So I've got the whole outline of the triangle, and I've also got a seam allowance round so that when it's sewn up, I can trim it down and then it's ready to get sewn together. So all we're going to do, and this marking is for you, so this is the size you're going to see when you're at the sewing machine. So I know that the place 1, section 1 is cream, and you need to cut yourself some fabric that is big enough to cover the shape. We can put it in the right place even. And that's got to be pretty side down, because this is the back. And I have given myself lots and lots and lots. Now, when you're making something like Posh, we told you, you know, you're cutting the width of fabric and being exact. Here you can be a little more lax with cutting accurately, although you can also make yourself the exact shape template with the seam allowance on if you want to.
I like the fact that with your interfacing you can actually see through it. Normally I'm holding things up to the window and all sorts, but you can see straight through that. You can
actually see, and I can give myself a scant amount of seam allowance there as I want, because all you're doing is sewing on that line.
And you know your interfacing, Janet, are you leaving that in
I'm
at
leaving
the end?
it
You're not
in.
tearing this out.
No.
So if you're a hater when it comes to tearing paper out, you can leave it in.
And then with foundation piecing, there's a lot of upside down and back to front. So I'm putting the next piece of fabric, pretty sides together. I'm making sure that it's covered the line that I want to stitch on. I put the pins away. You can
Oh, you love my
pin.
magic pins,
I do
don't
like
you?
your magic pins.
Aren't they gorgeous?
What's
And
magic about them?
Well, they're silicone tipped, so you can run the iron
got
over
the
them.
sales gab just there. Well, thank you
Well,
for
it's
asking,
nice to
Janet.
ask. No, but they do. They're silicone tipped, so you can iron over the top and they won't melt. You can't leave an iron on them for 10 minutes,
no.
obviously. But they're really fine, really sleek. They
They are nice
slide
and
through
they're
the
very
fabric.
sharp. And
Very sharp.
funnily enough, you do need to replace your pins quite regularly.
Yes,
You think, oh, I've got pins.
lifetime purchase.
Yeah, no, not
Some people
at
think
all.
their sewing machine needles are lifetime purchase.
Yeah, I know
Janet.
people do, but I don't. I do change my sewing machine needle, and it's like the new blade on your rotary cutter. You think, why didn't I change this before?
I did ask the question once at a class. Well, I mean, I ask it often because I remind everybody, change it. And I did say, so come on, hands up, confession time now. When was the last time you changed your sewing machine needle? And people were like, 3 weeks ago, no, 3 months ago. And one lady said, you have to change your needle. And I think she'd had her needle in a machine since she bought it.
Since she bought it.
And it never changed. But I mean, hey, if it was still
If it
going.
was still going, she obviously doesn't break them very often.
I know, hats off.
I know, hats off. So what I've done is I have messed around with the wheel and I've made sure that my needle is in. Now, I don't tend to sew right across the seam allowance, but you do, don't you?
I do.
I don't know why I don't, but I don't. I can't see that it would make the slightest bit of difference, actually. And actually, it might
something like
even...
that, I'd sew from side to side,
Yeah,
literally
it
right
won't
through.
make any difference. But foundation piecing, you generally sew just on that drawn line.
Presumably as well, because we're not tearing the paper away, regular stitch length.
Yep.
Which means if we do need to unpick anything...
It's not a disaster.
Great, yeah.
And you can do a couple of stitches just to secure the ends there, if you want to. I could have done that when I started as well.
Susie's got back in touch. She says, I love magic pins too. All varieties, I cannot sew without them.
Wonderful. Right, now, I'm quite happy with the amount of seam allowance I've got in there, but just for argument's sake, we're going to try not to cut again. So you're going to, it doesn't matter that it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance, but you may as well cut it to 1/4 inch. So I folded the foundation out of the way, and I've just got this seam allowance, and I'm just going to tidy it up, basically. Cool. Again, if it's got a small piece like this, it doesn't really matter. I think there's a combination of my rotary cutter being blunt.
Do you want a different rotary cutter?
Oh, I brought another one with me. Let's see what we've got in here. We've got like half...
In the Mary Poppins carpet bag.
Oh, no, I had it right the right way round. It's mad, isn't it? It is mad. We were talking in the green room earlier about making time to make things just for fun, like we used to, because we're always very aware of making the new product and how you can simplify it to teach it and everything, and that's wonderful. But we were saying, making things like this is necessary as well, isn't it? Just for the pure joy of it.
Yes.
And there you go. And now we are not pressing open. We're going to make sure, there you go. You can press that flat.
I can.
Thank you very much.
Spring into action. Like a coiled spring
handy.
here, aren't
you
I?
are so handy.
It's raring to go.
There's one that I've done there, and then the other one will be the same. Thank you. And they look really messy. Thank you very much. Nice and warm. And you will trim all that up. I'm not going to put you through the rotary cutter drama again. Don't worry.
I got you a different one.
You did. And then they'll look like this. And then we're going to put pretty sides together, and we're going to make sure that we've got those, they are nice and aligned. Use some more of your magic pins.
Do it, help yourself. I was thinking earlier on when you said for the sake of argument, I love, one of the things I absolutely love about Janet is the names that you give to fabrics or ranges or patterns. They're always clever. You're a bit of a wordsmith.
Thank you. I really enjoy it. Thank you.
I love that.
I do really enjoy it.
And I was just thinking, for the sake of argument,
That's
Isn't it?
It is. Who's going to make the next collection that's called For the Sake,
For the sake
of
of
Argument? I've just.
What's your favourite little sort of quirky phrase?
I make pottery. We do pottery on a Thursday, and I'm just doing a set of bowls with like conversations, like really things that you say. Like my mum's Irish; they never say this, but there is a "uck away on." They don't say that very often, but you know, it's like, "Oh, get on with you," you know, that's daft. So I've got that on a little bowl, and then there's. I saw it on the television. I had to pause it and find pen and paper because it was who did what when? What now? No, who did what now? Who did what now? And I thought, I know exactly what you mean.
That sounds Norfolk.
Yeah, who exactly? Yes.
Yeah.
So I collect little phrases like that, and I've got quite a few on my apron. One lady, I was teaching somewhere north, and I was cold, and she said, "Oh, your nesh is a carrot," and I went, "Pardon?"
I love nesh.
Your nesh is a carrot.
Yeah.
I went, what? So that's on my apron in her handwriting, which I've embroidered over. And then there was another one which I cannot pronounce in the correct accent, but it's basically frame the sen.
Oh,
frame yourself.
Charlie says that to me
Frame
all the
yourself,
time.
Like, get a grip, woman.
Yeah.
Get
Frame the
yourself
sen.
organised. Frame the sen. There you go. So I do like all of those things, but we get to name colours and.
My father-in-law's absolute favourite is the Yorkshireman's Prayer.
Right.
Have you heard that?
No.
So that's hear all, see all, say out. Eat all, drink all, pay nout. And if there ever does out for nout, do it for this end.
I need that writing down.
It's the funniest, isn't it?
That needs to be on a pottery
the
bowl.
funniest. Yeah. If you do out for now, do it for this end.
Send out for now. Do it for this. Right, here you go. We're trying to get organised. And then just now you've got this lovely little drawn line that you can just stitch on, and it's going to get pretty bulky now, so I'm just going to slow down a little bit. I do like foundation piecing, but you have to get yourself set up and be quite methodical.
Yeah, be in the zone.
Yeah.
But what's lovely about the Abracadabra quilt is you learn and practice these methods on a little chunk, on a little section. So by the end of it, you've cracked it. And of course, you could always do a little, like a scrappy version first. You could even make a scrappy alongside.
That would be fun.
Wouldn't it?
That would be really fun. And the other thing with half square triangles is if you're into using up all of your scraps, look how crisp that is
So
without
accurate.
measuring the accuracy,
Yeah.
the angles. The other thing you can do is, you know, you do leaders and enders.
Yep.
You just have a stack of squares cut and pair them, like a pale pile and a dark pile, and just sew a half square triangle every time you turn the machine on. And you've got enough to make a quilt in no time at all.
Yeah. My lovely friend Bonnie Hunter, do you know Bonnie?
I know of her, I don't
Brilliant.
know her.
She does leaders and enders quilts all the time. She's written a couple of books as well, actually, I think, called
They're
Leaders and Enders.
so useful.
Yeah, gorgeous. Just press that seam open as well there, just to distribute the bulk, and that's all done and dusted.
Yes.
And that interfacing really doesn't add.
It doesn't add anything
lot.
to it. You're
No.
not going to notice it. And I say you could take it out if you really wanted to. You could just cut out the little sections, but get a fine enough one. And honestly, I don't think you'd know it's in
No,
there.
you wouldn't.
And you could tighten that up if you wanted to, but to be honest, it'll be in the seam of your quilt. So we won't worry.
Easy, good.
There you go. That is Abracadabra. And if you can make a half square triangle, you can make anything.
Fabulous. Now, do check out your basket on the kit in particular, because there are lots of you with it in your basket and you need to check out. 3 split pays if you would like. Remember, split pay is an option when you check out. You don't pay any interest charges. You don't have to fill in a form or go through a credit check. It's just an option you pick and you get it. $49.99 to get the kit home. Yeah, fab. Also, the pattern available on its own as well, if you would like. It's been very, very popular.
Got bits everywhere, haven't I?
I know, you really
Stuart's
did.
tidying up for me.
Spread yourself out.
Just spread out. You told me I didn't have to share a desk with Louisa at 7 o'clock this morning, so I'm
That
not.
is true. That is true. Susie says, if you do a fabric range called for the sake of argument, it would have to feature fabrics such as moody blue, stroppy,
Stroppy.
love that, pedantic,
Yes.
and splitting hairs.
Splitting hairs.
There's
Okay,
one for your
I'll
apron.
pitch it to Moda.
Do it. Now, we've also got a couple of other patterns. We've got Square Dance and Austin. Let's do Square Dance first. Now, we've got the quilt.
Got the quilts.
Been very popular.
Has it?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Been very
Thank you.
popular.
This.
Oh, that is a bit of me.
Thank you.
That is a bit of me, Janet. That is glorious.
Scrappy indigos. It could be reds, it could be greens, it could be any colours you like, and then a solid for the cream. And would you believe it's all half square triangles?
Stunning, stunning. I
Thank you.
absolutely love that.
It's good fun and a great name. I was very pleased when I came up with that name.
Yes.
Square Dance.
Square Dance.
And fun backing. Don't forget it is a third of your quilt. So you want
Yeah.
the back to be
Oh, that's
nice as
lovely.
well. If you can get away with
Yeah.
it, make the back as
That
nice
is gorgeous.
as the front.
Absolutely
Thank you.
stunning. You don't want to keep this quilt, do you, Janet?
No, I never
No.
noticed that gone.
Good,
Oh, I had to
excellent.
confess today. Where is that bit of fabric? We
Oh, I've
found-
used it. I
you've
used it for my log
up.
cabin
Have it up.
earlier.
Yeah.
Walked off with it.
I'd walked home with a bit of sewing strip. Anyway, I was honest.
You were.
I was.
More honest than we were expecting.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But you're not getting the sewing machine back.
Now, here's the pattern for Square Dance. It's £9.99. It's always been very, very popular. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it.
Big half square triangles, little half square triangles, job done.
Wow.
Rearrange them.
Amazing. Yeah.
Really good fun. And they're, endless. I just put them into these squares, but you know, by the time you've got, you need 592 little ones. So you want to be
Yum.
making them 8 at a time.
Yeah, you do.
But, all your scraps, use them. Just don't think I'm making half square triangles until I've made 592. Just make some every now and again. And do intersperse with other things.
Yeah.
But really, really nice make, 8 at a time, all laid out. Lots
Gorgeous.
of tips. And yeah, he makes nice patterns, does Tony, doesn't he?
Tony does a great job
He
making
does.
patterns.
He does a good job making
Beautiful.
patterns. So there you go, that's Square Dance.
Yep, Square Dance, £9.99. Very popular. Gorgeous. That also would be, that's scrappy indigos, but scrappy. Just scrappy.
Just scrappy. Yep,
Scrappy,
be lovely.
yeah.
Scrappy, scrappy, scrappy.
Now, the other pattern that we've got is, again, absolutely beautiful. This is called Austin, as in Jane.
As in Jane. So I had a lovely little mini break on my own, which I highly recommend.
Ooh.
It's too big for us to hold up. And I went to Bath, and I don't know if you've been to the American Museum in Bath.
Love it.
But I started looking at really traditional quilts and started playing around with them. And this is a good example of a secondary pattern because you've got the big stars and then you've got this section here which builds into a secondary pattern. But actually, the block, you're making, you've got 4
Yep.
half square triangles in each corner,
Yep.
and 1 large half square triangle,
Yeah.
and a solid square.
You've taken Friendship Star and just completely
Really-
transformed it.
Thank you. Really, really good fun. Really, really good
The
fun.
movement across the quilt's incredible, isn't
Thank
it?
you. Yeah. And
That sense of
the elf,
interwoven.
and the elf really exploded that out with the twirling on the long arming.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
fun. And again, a really nice back, which is scrappy.
Oh, yeah. Look, can we just show the backing?
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, it doesn't all have to be one piece. It's
We-
so big we can't
Look at that.
actually
It's-
show it.
Look.
Isn't that
stop it a
fantastic?
second. Look how scrappy that is. It's just one piece of fabric.
2 pieces. 2 pieces of fabric.
Oh, you went wild
I
there,
went
didn't you? When you scrapped
wild.
2 pieces.
Honestly, I get teased something chronic here from the minute you walk in the door. Late.
I'm sure it's no different at home. is
Late.
it?
I got a little friendly message from Stuart. Looking forward to seeing you, darling, even though you're 5 minutes late. Do you know what I did this morning? I drove past.
Yeah.
Past the road that
Yeah.
I've been turning down for
Look at
2 years.
Yeah.
Thank
Deal
you.
with this, don't worry.
2 years. Just sail past.
Dan? Yeah. Just you saw, you know, I don't know.
I don't know
Something
what I
up
thought.
ahead.
I have some McDonald's. Is
Yeah.
up ahead. I didn't want to go to McDonald's. I don't do McDonald's. Right, here we go. I have some.
Ooh. Let's have a look at some of the
Put it in the right place.
potential colourways.
There you go.
So we could go red and tan. That is gorgeous. That's very American Museum.
Very American Museum.
Oops.
Absolutely crazy wild.
Beautiful. This is a bit kind of, well, this is Liberty, but again, it's got that kind of 1930s
Yes.
sort of pastel florals look.
Scrappy, but with a more controlled colour palette. So again, that secondary pattern would really pop. And then this
Getting
one.
yourself ready for World Ocean Day tomorrow.
Absolutely, we're all ready for that.
Ooh,
and then with the
crisp.
green. So it's very, very versatile pattern and it's really easy to make. And if you have, I always say the last step in my patterns is don't point out the mistakes. But look, it doesn't matter. That one is not perfect. It does not
Doesn't matter.
matter.
And in fact, often with something like that, when you come to quilt it,
Yeah.
that makes it disappear.
It does, it quilts out.
Yeah.
So don't worry about anything. Just play with your fabric.
Permission to be human, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Absolutely gorgeous. What an inspiration you are.
Thank you very much.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, really good fun.
Now, you're not going anywhere.
I am, well, I'm going to go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah, you can do that. But in an hour, at 12 o'clock, you'll
I'll
be back
I will be back.
with some fabulous fat quarter bundles and the messages bag. What message is in your bag?
Well, secrets.
We'll find out at 12. After the break, Louisa Goult is back with my favourite project that I've seen from her, actually, this gorgeous little peg bag. We're going to be doing that after the break. See you after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away.
So shop your way with Split Pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Wow. Love, love, love this brand new project from Louisa Goult. Louisa, welcome back.
Thank you.
What are you doing to us? This is super cute. I thought I knew what to expect of a peg bag. It was not this. I want to get my needle and thread out and start making. What about you? Absolutely gorgeous. I'm definitely team solid. Normally I'm very traditional, but I love them both. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, before we even begin, over half of the stock of the patterns has already gone. You're already thinking like me, aren't you? Let's make a load of these and gift them. Perfect. We'll do the pattern first. I mean, the kits are selling really fast too, but I'm worried that the pattern will sell out, so let's do that. $14.99. Now, it isn't just the pattern. You're also getting your proper, good, sturdy, use them again and again templates, all cut to size.
Yep.
Yeah, which for me is worth its weight in absolute gold. Thank you very much. Thanks for including those.
Oh, you're welcome.
Because you could have just put a template in and said trace your own.
All my patterns include those for the...
Amazing. So we get those. Is that enough to do the whole project?
It is.
I don't need to reuse?
Nope.
But we can reuse.
But you can make many, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. These are flying into baskets. You also get your full template set, because obviously you're going to cut, well, you'll see when Louisa does it, you're cutting out that large template of your bag, and then you've got your full instructions for how to put together, and you've also got instructions on how to do both versions, because one is done in a very sort of scrappy, random way. One of them is done in a much more sort of controlled stripe. Really cute, really giftable. Once everyone's checked out their baskets, we've sold out completely. All right, so if it's in your basket, check out, otherwise it's going to drop out of your basket. All right, don't want that to happen. I would hate that. I once saw two men fighting over a French stick in a supermarket. We were just saying, you can't, it would be awful if it happened in the supermarket.
French stick.
It was a French stick. It was Christmas Eve.
Oh, okay.
And, I mean, what is a Christmas dinner without a bit of French stick, eh? So I wouldn't have been that bothered, but they were actually...
They could have had half each.
Physical fight
Oh,
over a French stick. But we won't have any of that here because you're going to check out your basket. You're going to get your pattern home. Now, I've also got two fabulous kits to reproduce these two projects. Shall we start with the Spectrum Solids? All right, absolutely love it's not just the solids, it's not the mod, it's the colours that you've picked are just beautiful. They absolutely sing. Look at that.
Sunshine.
It is sunshine. It's Caribbean sunshine. You've got your EPP papers. You've got your lobster swivel clasp. So you can just hang that onto your washing line. Are you rotary or a straight line?
Rotary.
Oh, no.
Because you threw me for a minute.
I
Rotary.
know. We like to know these things. Is that your actual line?
Yes, yes, my garden. Yes.
A little glimpse into your world there. And you get all of your colours there. And then you also get your lining and your full pattern. So make one using the kit and then make them again and again and again. And of course, you can use your EPP papers numerous times. Price again is great, isn't it? $24.99 for that. Absolutely flying out. Ben, yeah, absolutely flying out. Well over half the stock has gone. More than that in baskets. Again, heading towards a sellout. If you want to get your Spectrum Solids, check out your basket. I predict another sellout. Right, the next one. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the Little Blossoms. Very cute Little Blossoms. Oh, these fabrics are so cute. Absolutely love those. All prints. This is kind of like, again, that 1930s look, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Very cute.
Ditzy.
Very cute. Love those. This is real kind of old-fashioned charm, but I think in a rather striking and modern look. Were you going for like a birdhouse?
No, I just noticed that.
Yeah. It was the first thing I thought when I saw it. It's really cute. Because I've seen the ones before that have got like, is it a coat hanger inside or something? That is what I was expecting. This is so different as well. I'm also wondering, are you wondering whether with a loop on, but like as a little bag?
Yeah. I'm thinking more fabric scraps or bits or next to your machine or something.
I'm thinking going shopping, going out for a night out.
Okay, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
Whatever floats your boat, she could put that on her apron.
Whatever floats your boat. Louisa, brilliant. You get your lining, you get your pattern, you get your EPP papers and your lobster clasp. It's flying out again. You're absolutely loving those ditzy pastel sort of 1930s prints. That is definitely something that might have hung on Grandma's washing line, but given a modern twist. Clare from Gloucestershire, my neck of the woods, says, morning all, love the peg bag. How about making a bigger one as a cat home? Terry would love it.
Good idea.
It's a great idea. Well, what did I say?
Well,
I want to make an adult size and I want to live in it.
Yes, you did want.
Can you imagine though, after a hard day, just crawling in there, curling up.
Or just hibernating for the winter.
Gorgeous. Next time.
Next time I'll make.
Please, thank you. Right, so we've also got all the other little accoutrement that you might need for English paper piecing. So glue stick, we've got friction pen, we've got hand sewing needles, we've got it all. So if you want any of that, have a little look on the website. Let's launch into demo, shall we?
Lovely. Okay, right, so English paper piecing. So a lot of people have seen me do this before, and Jenny Jackson and other people. So I'm just going to scoot through the actual piecing bit because the glue basting bit. The piecing bit is a bit different. So to start with your glue pen. So as you've said, my papers are nice and sturdy. I've used these a few times, so excuse the glue.
Yeah.
But just dab a bit of glue. So you've got strips of fabric in here in your kit. So you can cut and baste a few at a time. So you're just going to dab a bit of glue on the back of the paper, press it down onto your fabric and then cut it out with a generous seam allowance. So it doesn't need to be an exact 1/4 of an inch. Just be quite, you can be as generous as you want. So this is the glue basting. There is actually a technique that you can use without glue for basting, which is it is covered in the pattern, in the instructions. So glue, so you just run in a thin line of glue, a little bit on that bit of fabric there, and then not right on the edge, just in from the edge on the paper. Push your fabric over and push quite firmly, so you get that nice straight.
I like the idea of doing it sternly.
Sternly.
You
Push
will
sternly.
lay down.
And because my papers are quite thick, sternly, you can push quite firmly. So if I found in the past with copy paper, it can buckle and you can't get such a nice straight edge. So now I use a recycled 175 GSM, if that means anything to you. Weight paper. No, it's a good sturdy paper. So you're going all the way around, then just dabbing a bit of glue on each of the fabric seam allowances first and the paper, so you get a nice basted
Crisp
shape. Crisp, that's the word, crisp corners. Okay. If you did prefer to thread based, you could use binding clips to hold the corners, and then you sew each of the, so you're not going through the paper or through to the front, you're just catching the seam allowances and doing little stitches, and that means that you can leave them in without take the paper out, so you're not sewing through. So there is a technique of doing it without gluing, but gluing is to be honest, the game changer and the way forward in my eyes. Right, so I'm going to sew these. So people who've seen me before when I'm doing curves, I tend to use a flat back stitch and sew them flat to each other. Hexagons, this project, I've actually gone back to tradition and put them right sides together. So, I mean, it's up to you. You can do the flat back stitch. So the idea with the flat back stitch is that you're not sewing through to the front of the piece, so you're not going to see your stitches on the front. So that way you would hold them flat to each other. I would anchor that point with a couple of stitches, and then you sew across the back with a whip stitch. And that means that it's going across the back and not through to the front. But this way I am going to go back to tradition and do the traditional whip stitch. Okay.
There is a school of thought that, it's hand sewn, and we actually want a few
see the
stitches to show, so you can see it's hand sewn.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, if you use, so here I'm using a thread the same colour as the fabric. So again, you're not going to see a lot of the thread if it worries you, or you can use a neutral thread like a light grey. So I've knotted the thread, bring it up in the seam allowance, put your two hexagons right sides together, and then you're just going to catch the very top and the very edge of both of the shapes. So you're going quite closely to each other, about 1/16 of an inch apart, I suppose, quite close. And you're just catching, so you're going up and over and just catching the very top of both of the shapes. So you're obviously not going through the paper like so. So I'm going to be quite, well, I'm not going to be quite as tight as I normally am, because this is obviously tele sewing. So go all the way to the end. And then the last couple of stitches, just bring your thread through the loops just to give them a bit more strength. Okay, so those are your first two. Now, traditionally, you would maybe break thread and then start again at the other side. But what we're going to do is we're going to sew these, hang on, where am I? Sew these into a row. So, as you said, the Spectrum version is sewn into rows of the same colour. The layout is all on the instructions. So if you're going to do that, lay out the hexagons first so you know where you are and then you know which ones you're picking up. Bear in mind that you're going to sew from the back. So when you lay your hexagons out frontwards, they're going to be reverse on the back.
Got you.
Okay. So I line them up, to be honest, face down, so I know where I'm going. So as I've said, we're going to sew these in a row. So I've started off just by sewing that. Rather than breaking thread now, I'm going to sew a running stitch into the seam allowance of that piece to take me back to that, take me to my next point, and then I can sew that. And then I'm going to do a running stitch along there, and then I would sew that. So you're just doing it all in one seam, so you're not having to break thread all the time.
Cool.
Okay, so stitch a seam allowance, a running stitch into there.
It's a lot quicker and easier than
Well,
starting
it
threading.
is if it's not knotted. Yes, exactly. And I mean, even if you're doing the random one, you're still going to sew them in rows. So that takes me to my next point. Where are we? So also make sure that you're staggering them when you're sewing them together. What's on the first row? Once you've got the first row done, you're just going to follow the first row. So, and I'm still going to get this wrong.
So it's almost like in waves.
Yes, yeah. Oh, come on, Louisa. Right, so right sides together.
Frame this then.
Sorry?
We were talking about funny phrases in the.
Oh,
yes.
what is it?
Frame this then.
This then?
This then, as in yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Where's that from?
Yorkshire.
Is it? Oh.
Yorkshire.
Teesside is obviously a lot different than
We do things
Yorkshire.
right.
Oh.
I'm not from York. I live in Yorkshire, but I'm not a Yorkshireman. 20 years, it doesn't make me a Yorkshireman.
No, 20 years I've been, well, no, 10 years I've been in Teesside.
Have you?
I'm still a Londoner.
Yeah. Oh, is that your origin?
East London, yeah.
Really? Whereabouts?
Walthamstow.
Ah.
Yeah.
Very happy memories of Walthamstow.
Have you?
I do.
I would like to, no, I do say yes, I have. Right, okay, so I'm just going to do the 5 sets. So the pattern is, I think, 9 hexagons across in the largest bit. So I'm just going to do this bit. So you'd end up with a row like this. And now what you're going to do is connect your second row. Okay, so let's just do this right. So lay out your second row like this. But rather than attaching all of them, you again are going to sew those seams all in one go, and then you're going to go back and sew those seams. Okay, so as before, if I just connect the first couple. So as before, just right sides together. Yes, William Morris, your favourite William Morris comes from Walthamstow.
We've got
Oh yeah, we've got a William Morris gallery.
I didn't know that. Yeah. How interesting.
It's a beautiful gallery actually.
In Walthamstow?
Yeah, in Lloyd's Park. It's where he used to live. One of the places he used to live, but I think it's where he was born.
Right.
There's a William Morris Society. My mum used to belong to the William Morris Society. So yeah, it was a big thing in our house. My mum died last year, but my mum was a Morris. So she hadn't, me and Vicky, my sister did lots of different things. I went art, Vicky went travelling and languages and everything. So mum sort of followed us all the way around. So she heard of William Morris, she went, William Morris? My great-grandfather was called William Morris.
Oh,
so for a minute there, she thought she was related to William Morris.
Yes.
She wasn't.
You're entitled to some of those royalties, surely.
But she followed and loved it ever since and went to the society and everything. So, yeah. But unfortunately, not that Morris.
No, I was a teacher, and when I did my last teaching practice, the teacher who I was working under, I went to her house for lunch.
Oh, yeah.
And her house was like a homage to William Morris. It was an arts and crafts house.
Oh, wow.
And it had been completely restored.
Oh,
everything
wow.
from the light fittings, furniture, furnishings, you name it.
Oh, amazing.
It was like William Morris had stepped out.
That's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah,
I'd love to
really
see that.
beautiful.
Is it the Red House?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't been there yet, but I think Mum went. So what I've done is sewn across there and then down here, and then and then I'm going to attach that one there. But I'm not going to start from here. I'm going to just sew that seam there, and then carry all the way along, and then you come back and sew those seams. So if I
Okay.
do this one, so it's done in 2 stages. And again, it just stops you having to break thread all the time. You can just do it in one long seam.
Yeah.
So carry going all the way.
Gosh, the way you do it is very speedily. You've done that
Well,
before.
to be honest, the stitches probably aren't as close together as they should be.
You use a thimble.
I do use a thimble. It's the only thimble, I think it was £1.90 from a stand at Malvern years ago. I've never found a similar one. Well, I have found a similar one, but this one's so comfortable, and I'm just paranoid of losing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does save your fingers if you can find one that you're comfy with and you get used to. It does save some holy fingers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so as you can see on this one, I've sewn all these together, and now you're going to go back and sew those right sides together down there, and again run your running stitch along that line, sew up here, running stitch, sew, running stitch, sew. So you end up with loads of rows. Okay, so all they're pieced, so you end up with a panel like so. Okay, it's a funny shape, because you'll see why in a minute. But as I say in the instructions, when you are laying them all out, just bear in mind that you're going to sew it back to front. So lay them face down, that way round. Okay, right. So what I've done is put them on a bit of wadding and machine quilted. So I followed all the the vertical lines, diagonal lines even, diagonal lines of the seams all the way down, that way, and then across that way. So you get a nice star effect.
Lovely.
So that's just with your walking foot on the machine.
You eyeball that or mark it?
I eyeball it, to be honest. And then, so this is your pattern. So this is the scary bit. Hang on, which way up am I? This is the scary bit, as Helen will tell you, who's made this pattern. She's made the thing months ago.
Done all the patchwork.
She's done all the patchwork.
Quilted it as well.
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe.
Courage, mon brave, courage.
Right, so you're going to pin. So what I've done is I've made the panel in the shape that you don't need to make too many extra hexagons. But what you want to try and do is in that hole, you want to try and centre it around a hexagon. So you can get like a flower effect. So don't look at that one. I forgot to do it on that one. I forgot to do it on that one.
Yeah, no, I get the idea.
I missed it on that one. But yeah, the
Let's
other
all have
one.
a look at
You're mean.
I would.
So pin all the way around.
I suppose you could plan it, couldn't you?
Yes.
Knowing that.
Yeah.
Knowing where it falls in the
Yeah.
pattern, you could plan it.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't, so the flower, I think, when you've got the hole in it, on this one will stand out more, but on the red and the spectrum one, it's not an obvious flower.
No.
Because it's in the rows. But yeah, you don't have to be that exact, but just... Okay, so pin that to that, and then you're going to cut it out. So if I use... So you can use your scissors or a rotary cutter for the straight edges. Hopefully I've got a new blade now, so this shouldn't be as painful as it was last time. There you go.
Look at you cutting through patchwork.
Oh, don't you just... I know, look at this.
Is it Helen who hasn't done it?
Yes.
Helen, I hope you're watching. Come on, you can do this. It's just the thought, isn't it? If you
It is. It's all that hand sewing that you've done.
I suppose what you could do is you could lay the pattern, draw around it with a friction pen,
Yeah.
take the pattern off and just make sure,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know.
Okay. So the pattern, the templates include the seam allowance, so you
Yep.
just need to just stick them together with the tabs. Oops. And then for the last bit, I would use scissors. I think I need some new small scissors.
Pardon me?
I think I need some sharper new scissors.
Oh.
Small scissors.
We've got lots of things.
Well, this is mine. I need to treat myself to some new scissors. Right, okay, so leave that in place for now, so don't cut your hole out yet. So you take this off. And then you're going to, so from your lining fabric, you've got a fat quarter of lining fabric. Before you do this, cut off a 6-inch strip, and that's going to be your base. So cut that off first. So you end up with this. So then you can position your panel back onto your what's left of your pink.
Okay.
And then you're going to do the same with this. So pin this. Oops.
I just love projects that utilise patchwork in a different way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll never get bored of making quilts, but there does come a point sometimes where you think, I'm not in the
There's
mood
only
for
so
making
many.
a quilt.
And there's only so
or
many quilts
cushions.
or cushions that you can have in your house, really, unless you're gifting.
Exactly. Sandra from East Sussex got in touch to say, love these. I bought one to make for myself as it's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Sandra.
Happy birthday, Sandra. We'll probably have to make 2 more for daughters. Yes, definitely. But this is the kind of thing that's quick enough and slow enough to enjoy and have some lovely quality time, but also quick enough to be able to make and gift without, you know, breaking your heart.
Well, you could sit on, yeah, exactly. You can do all the stitching in front of the telly or on holiday or on a car journey or wherever. That's the great thing about EPP.
Well, no, because I'm the driver.
Oh, well, I'm not, generally.
Can you drive?
I can drive.
A car?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be on the side of the road.
If I'm on the motorway, I have to wait until we're on a straightish road.
I have to watch where I'm going.
Well, if you're driving, yes.
No, well, that, yes. But if I'm a passenger, I couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I can on the train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I
But
don't
is
know
that
why
the
it's
driver
weird.
in you? Are you a backseat driver?
No. No. I don't think I'm the world's best driver.
Right. So. I should have done this before, sorry. Right, so cut that out like we did before. Right, so now you're going to take your pins out again. Oops. Actually, no, you're not. Leave your pins in for a minute, and then you're going to draw around that circle.
Bit of reverse pinning there.
All right. Right, pen. Right, so this is your friction pen again, or you can just use a pencil, to be honest. No one's going to see it. So just draw around the inside of your circle. Okay. Then take your pins off. And now you're going to pin that to your panel, right sides together, like so. And then pin those together.
An interesting comment from Marie. She says, I live in central London and I don't know anyone that's got a washing line, never mind pegs. Just saying. Like, really? How do people dry their... Is it on like a airer?
Yeah.
In the house?
Or a tumble dryer.
Or tumble dryer?
I like it.
Harness the power of the wind.
Well, yeah. But then I suppose if you haven't got a garden, then...
But even on a balcony...
Yeah.
When we go to Hong Kong a lot, and one of my, I mean, just the most amazing sight to be walking down the street, and there's all kind of shops, and then if you stop and look up, there's, you know, rows and rows of flats on top, and everyone's got washing lines on their balconies with washing on, and it's such a sight to behold, really.
Right, so now, you pin those right sides together, and you're going to now sew around that hole. So just following the line, the drawn line. With your walking foot on, it's probably best because you are sewing through wadding as well.
What sort of stitch length would you use for this?
You can lower it a bit to oh no. Yeah, well, I mean 2.4 is fine, but
Okay.
around 2.2
Yeah.
is fine. Right, so you're just going to follow slowly, probably, as it's a circle. Just go slowly and then just lift your foot now and again just to get that curve. Like so. And break the thread. So now you're going to cut out the hole, leaving an approximate 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so just cut a hole and then cut around. Like so, and then you're going to snip a few lines into the seam allowance, stopping just before you get to the cut the sewn line, and that will just help it turn itself out, like so. Probably not the best thing to do in a hurry. Okay, now remove your pins, and then you're going to take your line in through that hole. Okay, so now what you want to do is try and match up your lines again. So it will be a bit gathered, but once you've pinned and pressed it again, so just pull out the lining so it lines up again with your outer edges and pin.
Such a neat way of doing it. Love that.
Okay.
Liv says, unfortunately in London, too many high-rise, no gardens, so it's a tumble dryer or a clothes horse. You know, I'm thinking of so many other, I'm thinking in the sewing room, your quilters clips in there.
Yeah.
Didn't you say that?
Quilters clips, or I don't know,
And have that hanging.
fabric scraps, or if you do your starters and enders, you can put them all in
Thread
there.
ends.
Thread ends,
Anything like
yeah.
that. Definitely. Oh, I could find a place for this.
Cotton reels.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
So yeah, so, or a little dog.
In what, sorry?
Or a little dog.
Dog. Tiny dog.
Tiny dog.
Tiny kitten.
Right, so as you can see now, you've got a nice, neat opening. So we're just going to stitch, and you've got a flower. So I did that quite right. So you've got a nice centred flower around your hole. So you're just going to top stitch around that hole on your machine. Just an 1/8 of an inch in from the edge. And just lifting your foot now and again just to bring it round.
Do you know, I love the tick, tick, tick of a walking foot.
Yeah.
It's very soothing, isn't it?
When it's going nice and slowly, yeah. Not going,
yeah.
which you're not supposed to do, are you? That's the thing about that quilt. When you were doing Quilt As You Go, line after line after line.
Yes.
That's quite
soothing.
yeah.
I think these are the jobs where great plans are made. Right, aren't they? You're thinking about the holiday, you're
Yes.
planning
Oh,
the
yeah.
business venture, or just what you're going to have for your tea.
Or a new project.
Charlie always says, we can't eat a meal without me talking about and planning the next meal. So when we're having breakfast, I'm talking about, now for dinner tonight, the reason why I do that, Louisa, is so that we can plan our sort of, what are you going to have for lunch?
Yes, exactly.
'Cause if it's a salad for tea, then go ahead and have the spag bowl for lunch.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm very, very lucky, and my Justin does all the cooking.
Ooh.
You see, and I mean all the cooking. So yes, and he's on a health kick at the moment. Well, not a health kick, but we always eat healthily.
Yeah.
So I've just marked those points on the quilt on the line in there, and I'm just going to draw lines to match these down here. So I'm just going to, what I'm doing is sewing in my fold lines, if you like.
Okay. A message. Can't beat, oh, I'm with you, Julie. Can't beat the smell of fresh washing after it's been on the line in sunshine. It irons easier too. I've just purchased this to make for my daughter. That's Julie. Now, Julie, did you go Spectrum or did you go Dixie Florals? Carolyn in the West Midlands says, here in Bude, we're here in Bude. You're on holiday, aren't you, Carolyn? Hubby and I are debating making colour-coded ones of these and then using them to store threads in my room of requirements.
Perfect.
Gorgeous.
Room of requirement.
Angie from I know, I need that. Angie from Northumberland says, yes, at last somewhere pretty to keep my carrier bags.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
Yes.
Yes.
Or things like your bin bags.
Yeah.
You know, if you use your bin liners, just to have them in there, because we buy massive rolls of them.
Yeah.
And they're not the most attractive things, are they? Yeah, there's so many different creative ways
Definitely.
you could use this. So many different ways, yeah. I love the little nod to tradition.
Yeah.
As well. It's a bit yesteryear, isn't it, a peg bag? This is a
Peg
very
bag.
modern take on it, very striking, absolutely gorgeous, but it's that little nod to yesteryear. Teresa says, oh, now I'm glad Teresa said this because this kind of backs up. I thought it sounded a bit weird earlier. She says, oh, I would put a wrist strap on this bag. Eat your words now.
Great minds think alike,
Yes,
obviously.
And then keep my yarn in it while I'm crocheting.
Oh.
Washing on the line every time or on a clothes horse in the conservatory with the doors open.
Yeah, because your conservatory can get a bit muggy if you don't open the door.
Yeah, but just, that bit of fresh air. There's nothing like, especially your sheets, your bedding.
Yeah.
Line dried. Ooh, first night sleeping on that. Mind you, we can never sleep first night with fresh bedding.
Why?
Because it smells weird.
Oh.
It's lovely.
Change your fabric conditioner.
No, but don't you find you're just there in the bed going,
Yes, it is lovely.
oh, and then it's 2 a.m. and I'm still doing it.
Oh, you must be a joy. Right, so you can, if you wish, because I've used a friction pen, you can just give it an iron just to remove the marks. So there's your folding lines, if you like. And then you're going to now create the cone. So, oops, right sides together along that edge, pin and sew. Don't know why I didn't. So again, I always pin the two ends first and then towards the middle. Like so, and you sew that with a 1/4 inch. So again, I'm going to just eyeball the 1/4 inch on here, but just get your ruler out if you're using your walking foot and see where the line is for the 1/4 inch.
You're still using your walking foot for this.
Yeah. Okay, now the only tricky bit of this, which is not really tricky, but is just attaching your bottom. So you've cut a 6-inch square of the pink, 2 pieces, a bit of wadding and then sandwiched the two, and then I've just quilted a diagonal line just to hold everything together. So you're going to sew that onto the bottom of your cone. So what I've done is I match up my corners first, just with the down.
And of course you've got the stitch lines where you divided it up. You
Yeah.
just line those up.
Exactly.
And you've stitched an X through the square as well, which
Yes.
makes it really
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
That's such a clever idea.
Thank you.
I like that. Nice deal, that idea.
Yes, of course you can.
Because I do things like water bottle carriers, and you
Oh,
could
yeah,
stitch
yeah.
it in as well, couldn't you, in the base
Yeah.
and the sides?
So how do you do it otherwise?
Well, otherwise I just kind of like fold it and mark the quarter points.
Oh,
and
okay.
all. But it could be part of the design.
Yeah, exactly.
As
Yeah.
I like that.
So I've just put the pins in vertically first,
Mm-hmm.
just to match your corners up, and then gone in and put the pins in horizontally.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I find it easier. Sometimes we did have trouble getting the right size of this square, but it does work.
Bit of trial and error.
Trial and
sometimes,
error,
isn't it?
yeah.
I
A
do
bit
like,
of
was it Carolyn's idea to sort her thread?
Yeah, I love that idea. She must have a lot of threads like of the same colour.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great idea.
But I mean, if thread
Or I suppose you
play
could put
or-
blues and greens and teals in one, and reds and oranges in another.
I must admit, I have got like big, well, they were candle jars in my sewing room that I put where I've used a reel of thread and
Yeah.
there's some left. I chuck it in there in colours. And then, you know, when you're just maybe doing some piecing and you just need that sort
That
of
just
colour.
one, yeah.
And I'll just grab whatever.
I've got some huge jars we found in my dad's cellar. I don't know what they were or where they were from. You didn't want to ask what was in.
No, fair enough.
What was in Dad's garage cellar? We got the house cleared when Mum died, and I had to explain to the clearance guys that my dad was a chemistry teacher. Because there was some very odd. I mean, Dad died 20 years ago, but there was some very strange stuff in the cellar. And they went, "Oh!" I said, "Yeah, he wasn't a terrorist. He was
Yes.
It's all
Or
harmless, you know."
Yes. So did he have all the, like the Bunsen burners and the
Yeah,
flasks?
and some strange powders, and yeah, it was God knows what it was.
I
It was
loved
all-
the. Is it for the condensing tube
Oh right, yeah.
that winds round and round? Things like that.
So when you're sewing it together, if you find it difficult going round that bulky corner, you can start and stop like you do with binding. So start and stop on one side, back stitch, go along one side, and then you can start and stop there, back stitch, and then start again the other side.
Do it in
That's
4 separate
Yeah.
seams. Yeah.
It won't make any difference.
Sure.
So again, I'm just going to eyeball the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Yeah, I got some jars from Dad, and I've got all of my reels in there, but they've all come undone a bit, and it's like trying to throw them all out, and it's just threads everywhere.
Yeah. No, it's one of the things I need to be better at in my sewing room. Just remembering to wind the thread around the top of the reel to secure it.
Yeah.
I tend to just throw them down.
exactly
and then
what
they
I
get
do.
tangled. Naughty me.
Naughty us.
Yeah. I'm just thinking as well with this pattern, obviously, if you've got the time and it's gorgeous to do the hand piecing, but think as well, it could be cheetah cloth, you know, that faux patchwork that you use. You could use just a pretty patterned fabric for this, floral, extra wide backing fabrics, you name it. Or it could even be orphan blocks that you sew
nice.
together, you know what I mean, to make a piece big enough, quilt it and then cut it up. So well worth, if you haven't already, grab the pattern, because I think this is a very, very giftable project to make. Now we'll just put the pattern in. There's only 10 left. Remember, for $14.99 you get your full pattern, but you also get a full set of really sturdy hexagon papers, one left, perfectly cut out, and of course reusable lots and lots of times. Even though the thread basting, where you just catch the corners, takes a little longer, it does mean that your papers potentially can last forever. Yeah, they do run out, don't they, if you or wear out if you use glue. Now, the Spectrum Solids kit, I've got 20 kits left, but there are 27 of you now with that in baskets. Let me just show you what you're getting. Here's the finished item. And you get those gorgeous papers. You get the beautiful solids, all cut into strips that are the perfect size. You get your lining. You get your swivel clip. And of course, to make lots more, you only need to replace the swivel clip, which we do sell on Sewing Street if you want to get some more of these. And then you get your full instructions as well. It's just a gorgeous kit, this. Really lovely. £24.99. Great value too for something that's a bit different. Wadding-wise, Louisa, any recommendations?
I mean, I just use scraps, but I used an 80-20, so anything. I mean, you could use polyester for this. That would be fine as well.
Yeah, definitely. Even something like, I suppose, if you've got H640, you know, that fusible poly bag.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that would do, wouldn't it?
Can I just steal one of the clips from the kit?
Can. What do you need? The swivel clip?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you've sewn around all the bottom.
Yep.
Thank you. So you're just going to make the tab up. So it's 5 by 3.5 inches, I think, piece from your 6-inch strip that you cut for the bottom. So you're just going to fold that in half and then fold in each side to the centre. And press, and then to the centre. Oh, getting a bit... Right. Like that. And then fold in half again. So that's your...
Billy says, is there any way to stop the pegs falling out of that big hole? Billy, well, you don't want to be...
Thanks, Billy.
You don't want to be hanging this. Do you know Billy?
I know Billy.
Is he having a laugh with you?
Yes, he likes my little iron as well. No, they don't. Well, don't put too many in.
Yeah.
But also, you can attach a few pegs around the hole to the actual thing to hold the pegs in.
Yeah.
I found.
Yeah,
I
like
use
that.
mine every day, Billy.
Yeah. But also as well, you're not going to leave this hanging on your line.
No.
In all winds and weathers. You take it out, clip it up, hang your washing out, and then you bring it back in again, don't you?
And Billy might just have big hands, so he needs someone with smaller hands.
There you go. There you go. I feel like there's a backstory. I'll find out later.
So I've folded the strip, and I'm just going to top stitch down both sides. Like so. And then you're going to feed, so before you've turned it out, you can turn it out first just to make sure all your corners are fine and everything matches up. And then you're going to feed your clip into your tab and then put that down inside the top and try and get it centred as possible. So again, you can line up those stitched lines with each other back and front to try and get your centre. And what I have done actually is increase your stitch length to around 3 or as big as you can get it. Sew across there and then turn it the right side out, make sure it's centred, and then if it's fine and everything, go back in and stitch across with a normal stitch length. If it's not, you've got big stitches to undo and tack, so it's not the end of the world. So just try and get it as centred as possible. I'm just going to sew it across with a normal stitch. And we'll hope for the best.
Yeah, absolutely. What could go wrong on live TV?
What could go wrong? Exactly. Now it will all go wrong.
First show I was at, no, second show I ever did of live shopping telly, the host put, I had a small Clover mini iron, and she put the bag that the sample bag on top of the iron. And neither of us realised what she did at the time. I could smell burning, and the iron had burnt a hole straight through the bag.
No.
And they padded the bag with a cushion, and it set the cushion on fire.
What could go wrong on live TV?
And nobody noticed. And eventually I did, and saw this plume of smoke coming from the back of the bag. Put it on the floor and kind of stamped on it to put it out. And then she said, oh, you're going to give that bag away, aren't you? I said, no. No, I'm
Not now.
not now. Not now, you burnt it.
Right, there you go. I think my eyeballing was good.
Oh,
there we
really
go.
cute. That's ace. Absolutely gorgeous. So the, excuse me. Oh, I must have just apologise to keep coughing.
You've got pollen.
No, do you know all it is? I haven't been, so my voice is just not used to being used a lot. That's what it is.
Find that hard to believe.
No, honestly, at home I'm like silent Stu. Your seam allowances inside, would you leave them raw? Can you bind them?
I leave them raw,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Fine.
I mean, you can bind them if you wish,
Yeah.
But I don't tend
Fine.
to bother.
Yeah,
You're not
it's a
gonna
peg bag.
Exactly.
Yep, absolutely gorgeous. Which team are you? Are you team solids? Are you team florals? I think they're both absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. We do, brilliant, thank you.
You're welcome.
Brilliant. We do have the pattern available. Last few? No. Has it gone? Completely sold out. The solids, I've got one kit left. Well done if you got yours. 38 in baskets for the one remaining. Let me grab Little Blossoms. We just have a few of these. Let me show you what you get inside. You get your full pattern, of course. It's the only way to get the pattern now. So if you missed out on buying the pattern, why not get yourself the full kit? And then you can just enjoy making it, start to finish. You get your swivel clip, you get your papers, reusable, of course. You get your lining fabric, and you get all of your beautiful strips of fabric to make your English paper piecing with. To make the floral version. Here it is. Absolutely gorgeous. And so many people have emailed in to say, oh, I'm making that for my daughters. I'm making that for my friend next door. It is such a giftable thing. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to enlarge the pattern and live in mine.
Do you want me to show you just how to baste without the glue?
Yes, please.
Because that might be an
That'd be great.
idea. So if I use orange thread... Ooh. Yeah, so I mean, I know I'm very aware. I mean, I do tend to definitely use glue when I'm doing my curved shapes, just because it's possible to baste them. But with straight edges, you really don't need to use glue if you really would rather not to. Right, I'm going to use a big fat needle because I don't know where my little needle's gone. Right, so again, this is a binding clip thing. So if you've got your binding clips, they come in handy. Right, so, and also you don't, just throw things around. You don't need to specifically have hexagon of fabric. You can do this with a square of fabric. So if you were using 2.5-inch strips like a jelly roll, you could cut those all into squares with your stripology thing. So this would be a square. So you start just by clipping the top and the bottom of your piece, and then you go round and then just fold over and put a clip on that corner. So you want to get as tight as possible, and again, my papers are strong enough so you can get a nice sharp fold.
They really are.
Yeah, all the way around.
Are they laser cut?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all die cut,
Fab.
laser cut, yeah.
Right.
So there's your clipped hexagon, and then when you stitch down the seam allowances, so a knot in it again, start by going into one edge, and then, as I say, you're not going through the front of the paper, you're just going sewing across those two seam allowances.
So fabric only.
So then I find if you go clockwise, but you're going into the second seam allowance first, so you're going right to left.
Sort of back on yourself.
Back on yourself. So you're sort of securing that one by going across that one.
Do you mind just moving very slightly to your right, please?
Oh, sorry.
That's absolutely perfect, thank you.
So you're going right to left, across there, and then going over it and going right to left again. And as I say, because you're not going through the papers, obviously, you don't have to undo all this to get your papers out. You can leave all this stitching in. So there's a thread basting.
Oh, what, you can get the hexagon paper out without undoing the basting stitches?
Because you're not gone through the paper.
Huh? Just kind of open up the centre and pull them out?
Yeah. And again, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put a hole punch in the paper. I know people sometimes do that, so they can get a pin in there to clip it out, to pull it out. But yeah, I mean, once you've sewn them all together, you just fold your paper. There you go.
That's giving me all sorts of ideas.
So you could do that with jewels, diamonds, anything straight. I just use the glue to...
Clever.
So there you go.
That is something you could just take and sit and do, couldn't you? Waiting for a doctor's appointment or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Fab. Brilliant. Thank you for showing us how to do that. So I think that's really useful. Now remember, last chance on the floral kit. It's Little Blossoms, absolutely gorgeous version. Great projects. It's been very, very popular this morning. Only way to get the pattern, and also the only kit that we've got left now too. Louisa, it's been great and so lovely to see you again.
Oh, and you.
I hope I see you before festival, but if not...
I shall see you at festival, running around.
Exactly.
Well, you're running around, I'll just...
Thanks, Louisa. All right, see you soon. Safe journey home.
Thank you.
Now, after the break, I will be joined by Janet Clare for the final hour. We've got fat quarter bundles. We've got the fabulous messages bag, loads of demos, loads of laughs, as always. So stick around. See you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's great to have your company. Janet, welcome back.
It's nice to be here.
Final hour. We're going to start with a bit of a bang because we never normally have fat quarters of fabric at all, ever, of anybody's. To get Janet Clare fat quarter bundles is super exciting. I've got 5 different packs. Janet, you're spoiling us.
Put them all together, yes.
Coordinated packs. And there's all sorts of things that you can make with 5 fat quarters, but we'll get to that. Let's start by having a look at them. I'm just going to grab this first one.
I love a fat quarter, don't you?
Oh, can we open these? Is that
yes,
all right?
Yes, open them.
Because, yeah, a fat quarter...
The first trick is, where did Tessa seal the bag?
Oh, here we
go.
There you go. It's the dream, isn't it, a fat quarter?
Fat quarter's brilliant.
Yeah.
And I used to buy fat quarters as... when I didn't have much money to spend on fabric, I would just grab some fat quarters.
Yes, because you've got a bit of everything.
You've got the variety, and you've got the potential to do things without worrying about, 2 yards, 1 yard, 3 yards.
Yes, exactly.
And look how delicious they are.
Yeah, beautiful. We were talking earlier on about kind of value and gradation, and here you've got that darkest dark, that lightest light, and then graded through.
And a good range of scale of prints as well.
For sure, yes, for sure. Absolutely gorgeous. This we've called Brighton.
Yeah, Tony and Tessa named
5 fat quarters. It should just let you know half the stock's gone already.
Wow.
This is why we've launched straight in with them, because these are absolutely flying out. Love that diagonal stripe, my
really
goodness.
useful for binding and really
Handles.
good fun. The other thing I do, we're talking about grading of tone. Sorry, I'm holding you all up from your shopping. You can also use the back of a print, and that gives you yet another subtle tonal variation.
Yes, 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 I like that. I like that.
Works better with some than others, but it's always worth a little look.
Absolutely. Gorgeous, isn't it? And absolutely perfect for World Oceans Day.
World Oceans
which
Day
is tomorrow.
tomorrow.
We've got some of your products on tomorrow, haven't we?
You have. I brought a box of things up with me.
Yes, Janet won't be here herself, but I'll be representing
I'm having
the brand.
lunch with my friend tomorrow.
Are you?
Haven't seen her for a while.
Very nice. Sounds like a long lunch to me.
It'll be a long lunch. Nice
Grab
long
these
lunch.
while you can, won't you? Because they are absolutely flying out. You get 5 fat quarters. These are all from one collection, each bundle.
No, they're not. They're
oh,
not. They're
okay.
mixed bundles.
Cool.
So this was from Bon Voyage. That's Bon Voyage. That is to the sea. That's Astra, and that's to the sea.
Yeah, yeah.
So cross range.
3 ranges. I love that. If you're a Janet Clare collector, if you're a fat quarter collector, if you just love the tones in this bundle, grab it. $22.50 for 5 fat quarters. If you've never used a fat quarter before, by the way, it's half of half a metre.
Yes, so instead of getting a long strip, I was talking about this to Pauline, it's, instead of a long thin strip, you get 1/4 yard, you actually get a nice big chunk, which means you can subdivide it into much bigger squares and pieces.
Exactly. This would be the width of a long quarter. You'd have 42 inches of 9 inches wide, basically. But in a fat quarter, you get double the depth, but half the width. So it's like a big rectangle.
Yeah, and that's a cushion front, isn't it?
Yes, completely.
It's just there already, and then make a scrappy back or 2 pieces for the back.
Yeah.
So the really versatile size.
Yeah, brilliant. The quilter's favourite, I think.
They really are. I mean, you can't go wrong with them.
No, you can't. So that's Brighton.
That's
Now I
Brighton.
have 4 other fat quarter bundles. Yummy. Let's do Heavens Above.
Heavens Above. They were proud of this name. Talk about sayings.
Yes, exactly.
Heavens Above.
Heavens Above. Would you add
It's like
anything
Christmas,
to it?
would you? Oh, that's another good one. I need to write that down. I'm going to start collecting these.
Now again, 5 fat quarters, graded from darkest to lightest. This is Astra.
That's all Astra in
It's
that pack.
all Astra.
You're right, yes.
Little satellites, constellations, shooting stars. It's all going on there.
It's all going on.
Gorgeous.
Nice UFOs on the selvage.
Brilliant.
You can collect selvages as well. People do, don't they?
They do. I'm thinking, Janet, excuse me, anybody who bought the Austin pattern or Abracadabra could combine, use these, or make something small.
They really could. So Tony did the maths. We like Tony and his maths. And then Ian worked his magic. And this is, I think it's not quite to scale, and it's definitely not as dark as the fabric. But if you buy one of that Astra fat quarter pack, you can make 24-inch mini quilt using the Austin pattern.
Oh, that's brilliant. Should we just hold this up for a second so you can see? That's really gorgeous.
You're getting a lot more depth of tone, obviously. But isn't that great that Ian was able to do that for us,
Yes,
just
it's
to
really
give the
helpful.
idea? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really helpful. So this is using, not square dance.
Austin.
Austin.
That's Austin.
This is Austin.
And you can see the secondary pattern where he's placed. If you'd put that richer blue there, that secondary pattern would be very subtle with those 2 tones. So you've got a lot of playing that you can do. And that will use your fat quarter bundle.
That's really cool. I love that. Did you do one for Brighton?
We didn't do one for Brighton.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's fine. We've got
but
one
we've
for
got
the
one
others.
for another one.
Great. That's gorgeous. Well, I love those tones. And also, if you did get the Brighton pack, I'm just going to bring that in for a second.
Yeah, look, it goes.
because
Yeah.
this is, you could absolutely
It works
put all of these
lovely.
together. If you wanted to start making like a larger quilt, for example, just combine some of these fat quarter packs together, or by multiples, of course.
Buy multiples, just make half square triangles and you're good.
Yep, yep. So that is Heavens Above.
Heavens above.
Sounds better when you say it. Right, next up, we've got Landmarks. Landmarks.
The greens and the blues from Bon Voyage.
Bon voyage. All about journeying and...
Yes.
Ooh. Now, I love the greens in this one.
It's a soft, sort of sagey green, very warm.
Ooh, yes, please. Very, very yummy.
Thank you. It's nice, and I love that stripe.
Yeah, it's super. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful stuff. Again, you could combine several of these together to make a larger quilt, but also, do we have a little mini of this?
We don't have a mini
No.
of that one.
Okay.
No. We do not have many of that one. But yeah, really pretty colours. And as you say, I do try and keep these blue tones quite consistent. They pop up every couple of collections, so they build up
You
into
can mix and match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
build up into each other.
Absolutely gorgeous. Fabulous.
I love putting the little selections together. They're very satisfying.
Oh, it's
Choosing
great.
what to put together.
We so rarely get fat quarters, but I mean, they are the quilter's favourite.
They are. They are.
So that is landmarks. Next up, I have got Ramble.
Oh, okay.
Ramble.
There we go.
Do we have a mock-up of
We
this?
do.
Yay!
Right, where is it? There you go. There you go. Again, little bit faded.
Oh,
'cause it's
lovely.
just a quick digital print.
Yeah.
But how lovely would that mini quilt be?
Yeah, super. Absolutely gorgeous.
There you go. Nice, easy.
The fabrics are amazing in this one.
Thank
What was
you.
this range called, Jan?
That one is called Botanicals.
Botanicals.
And normally Moda don't give me any sort of design guidelines. And they did for this one. They asked me very specifically to design something in charcoal and graphite tones and to have the feel of it as somebody's nature sketchbook.
Love that. So this has got, and it's almost like a brown grey,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's really
Love
warm.
that.
I will have started from Payne's grey and then put some sort of sandy colour in it and warmed it up.
Gorgeous. This is lovely with the birds and the eggs on it. Feathers there.
Feathers, yes.
But I love how that's a sort of blend of feathers, but also like the end plates of books.
Yes, and the marble. I did do some marbling for that, and I was marbling with shaving foam.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, yeah,
And then that sort of
Tiny
brightest ivory.
yeah. That little speckle print, really useful
Yeah.
to have.
It's absolutely beautiful. I love that. Love that range. It's really different. Gorgeous.
Nice seeing them all together.
Yeah, like a little family.
Yeah,
You're
it is.
united.
It is. Yeah, now I designed this years ago, so I like it again now. Because when you first are you the same? When you first design something, you're there
yeah.
thinking, oh, I just don't know. I can just see what I could have done with it.
Yes.
And then you have a bit of separation. You think, no, actually,
Well, books are the same.
right, books.
Once they're all printed, you
I
think,
can't read the book.
Oh, I should have put this quilt in that
Yeah.
book, and you
Yeah.
know. But at the time,
Yeah.
it was the best. that
it
you
was the
could
best.
do.
It's absolutely the best. When
Yeah.
you find a typo and you think, I've read
Oh,
that hundreds of
don't.
times. I've had people read it hundreds
No.
of times.
Well, in my new
you open the book for the first time and there it is.
There it is. There it is. Well, in my new book, Quilts from the Country, my publishers, this is their mistake, they've missed out the autobiography.
That's not important, is it? They just thought, oh, everyone knows who Stuart
Well,
is.
exactly. I've chosen to see the funny side. And I was like, when I spoke to them about it, I was like, this is taking, he needs no introduction. It's Stuart Hillard, you know, too
Well,
far.
A whole new level.
It's just not there. It's not
Just
there.
not there at all.
No, it's completely missed out. So just relying on the fact that people will know who I am or not care.
Or just don't care, frankly.
So this last one
have
is
got-
giving me gorgeous kind of patriotic red, white and blue vibes.
I suppose it is a bit.
Yeah.
I suppose it is a bit. It's actually an
And-
airmail stripe.
Yes, that too. Let
Should
me
we hold
show
this one
you.
up?
Yeah. Again, obviously, yours is brighter than this.
Yes,
This
much
is-
brighter than this. And Tony's placed it so that he's made a really strong stripe with those. But again, and you can see the stars almost vanished, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's done the white as the points of that friendship star, which means that the secondary pattern is now showing up more.
Yes.
It's really interesting how
Yeah.
you play with it.
Yeah, definitely. Gorgeous.
Go.
Let me show you the fabrics. So you've got this one which is very sort of like postcards and franking.
They were, I did bring it in when we launched the collection, but I think I did it with John. I brought some postcards in sorry, Stuart, he's heartbroken, always.
What?
I did it with John.
Oh, no, it's all
No,
right.
you can live with it.
I can't be selfish.
No, you can't. You can't do everything.
No.
So these were actually collected by a gentleman who worked for a seed company. And I think the seeds were coming in from all over the world and he was collecting the stamps and the envelopes. because he made these display boards, and I found them in a car booty or a thrifting store.
Right.
And I thought they were just so good for that bon voyage, that travel and the ML and the excitement and the souvenirs. So that's where they're all from.
It's a sort of curated life, isn't it?
It is.
I love that.
Yeah, and they were actually arriving.
Yeah.
And he was so excited. You could feel like it was a big thing to get the letter.
Yeah. But so often these things are only of personal value and interest, and even like a person's own family doesn't necessarily see the beauty, but you reimagine it into something that I think we can all appreciate and use in our own
Thank you.
makes.
And it doesn't happen immediately either. You've got to, if you're drawn to something, then you've got to take notice of it and save it somehow. And then it kind of sits for a few years until, I don't know, its time is right.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, why did you write your quilts for the country now instead of
I know.
earlier? You know, it's just everything's got its
We
time.
have to watch the launch show and I'll tell the story of why.
All right.
But there is a reason. You're absolutely right. There is a reason.
I will.
Yeah. So never ever feel bad about buying fabric and leaving it on your shelf, even for years, because its time will come.
Its time will come. As long as you like it.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, move it on to
Move it
somebody
on.
who does.
Yeah, exactly. You've got, is these like little keys?
They're little city blocks, so
Map,
I was
yeah.
imagining like a little map.
Lovely. Now, I found some old letters that I had sent to my parents when I was in the Philippines that were written on old airmail.
Fantastic.
Where
That's
the inside.
a lovely thin blue paper.
And you write as small as you can to cram as much on. This, kids, was in the days before emails.
Yes.
Or mobile.
And it's much better. She says, I haven't written a letter for years.
But you can do the fabric version, can't you? You can make
We can.
Yeah, love that.
So this is like the rose tinted sort of travel. That's why this rosy pink, warm reds, raspberry reds in. So it was like all the nice bits. And really pretty blenders. But again, you know, that's the same blue that's in, you know, the other packs and the same green. So this is all Bon Voyage.
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Susie says, I love fat quarters. They're so versatile for projects.
They really are. And as I say, that's the front of a cushion, one fat quarter, a decent sized bag.
Or a bag, yes. A bag.
Really useful.
Which we will talk about in a moment. That is gorgeous. That collection is called Postcards Home. Love that.
And they did well with the naming.
They did all right, didn't they?
They did all right. They're unsupervised. They did very well.
Unsupervised.
Unsupervised.
Could have gone either way, couldn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Some of the names they come up with, they do amuse themselves.
I like it when a very clearly blue fabric is called something green. I'm like,
What?
what?
Yeah.
Anyway,
What we're doing next?
let's talk about Messages bag. The Messages bag. I've got a few
Messages.
colourways. I've got a few kits. Let's have a look at the bag first of all. It's called the Messages bag.
Right, so this is the one that's in the kit with the cloth handles.
Lovely.
That you can make, and I've got a demo for those. Fully lined, little inner pockets, and the pattern repeats around the seam.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
There you go.
That's rather good.
Rather smart. And
Yeah,
I'm glad
very smart.
did that. And then this one, I actually bought like the fake pleather type handles for those, and it just gives it a slightly different vibe. But yeah, same thing. Pattern repeats around the edge, which is very satisfying. And it's our lovely 2 sizes of fat half square triangles again.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
Endlessly useful.
So
very,
easy.
very simple construction, but nice and sturdy. 2 big pockets.
Oh, yeah. Love
And
that.
it's a nice make. It's a really nice make. And my granny always went for messages. She's Irish. I think it's Scottish as well, isn't it? You go for messages. She didn't go shopping. She went for her messages. It was like she was on some secret assignment and not just
mission.
going to the baker's. Yeah, I'm going for my
was.
messages. Well, who knows?
She wouldn't have been able to tell you if she was.
She wouldn't. This is
Let's
true.
be honest.
This is true.
Oh, I like the idea of uncovering some secret espionage past.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to dig a bit deeper, won't I? Messages.
So that's what I was going to ask. Why is it called the Messages bag? Now, I've got 3 different kits. I have also got the pattern on its own. But let's start with a pack. We're going to do the To the Sea pack. One of my favourite ranges you've ever done, Janet.
Thank you.
I made a quilt using this because I just couldn't resist it. I absolutely
Wonderful.
love it. Just gorgeous. So tell me what you get in the kit.
Well, you get the. Should we open it?
Let's
you
open
get
it. Go for
the wadding.
Yep.
The wadding, because it's you're basically making little quilts, aren't you?
Yeah.
Open it upside down. You've got the wadding, and then you have your. Now this bag for the front will take 4 fat quarters. So we're thinking fat quarters in this hour. So it takes 4 fat quarters to make the pretty bits, and then you've got fabric for the handle. And you're making the handles using the waist shaper, which I've got a demo for, which is a nice, easy way of making a stable fabric handle. I'm sure you've seen that.
What's it in the German? Bund something?
Yes, they've
I
all
love
got
the
really
German.
good name.
It's so aggressive. and this is the lining?
That's the lining.
Oh my goodness,
Got
look,
posh
it's
lining.
not calico, it's proper Janet Clare.
Yeah, you've got really, I think because that's what the bit of the bag that you're interacting with, the inside.
You're right, you're right.
And it's just nice.
Absolutely right.
So you've got plenty there, there'll be no waste, and you've got everything you need apart from the thread to get cracking. That's it. All you need to add is thread.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And do you get equal amounts of each of the fabrics?
I think you do, yeah. I think it's, let me double check before I stick.
So if you want to mix and match a little bit, you can.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
4 fat quarters.
Very popular. It's jumping into baskets left, right and centre. That's another one for your apron.
Left, right and centre.
Now that one genuinely would be quite a good one, wouldn't it? Left, right and
centre
centre.
would be good for my
Arrows pointing different directions.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, 10%.
Brain's
That's
ticking
all.
over.
10%. That's
You
all
just
I
want
asked.
10% of
That's
nothing.
all I asked. 10% of nothing.
Nothing. It's nothing. That's good. That's girl maths.
Don't say
we
that.
had a
Deputy
mock-up
Joan
of that.
hasn't worked that out yet.
We had a mock-up of that, didn't we?
We did. This is, oh, that's love. So that is actually the pattern from the Messages bag.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So you can see
Obviously
again.
darker.
Yeah, just a bit darker and fresher. But these are really brilliant to be able to have these because they just give you a really visual clue.
They really do. They really do.
And you can the triangles are big enough to see the scale of the prints still.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Beginner friendly as well.
Very beginner friendly, and the bag is always a good idea. And a nice stable bag doesn't feel like it's just a flimsy piece of fabric. I like the wadding.
Exactly.
And you can practice your quilting.
Yeah, it's a great all-rounder. And then at the end of it all, no one will ever suspect that you are involved in international espionage,
No,
running
not at
messages.
all. You're just running your messages. You wouldn't have a spy running around with a patchwork bag, would you?
Well, you wouldn't think that
You
they were a
wouldn't think
spy.
so, but maybe.
But that's the point. Everyone underestimated Miss Marple, didn't they?
They did.
So next up, we've got Botanical, which again will show you the mock-up, just to give you an idea of how these fabrics would look. Oh, that's really modern looking, isn't it?
It's really different. Every time you look at the fabric combination, they look really different, don't they?
I'll show you the fabrics you get. Absolutely gorgeous. There's that floral. That's a beautiful one. I love anything with words
The little
on.
words on, yeah, they're all words about the outdoors and sunshine and scenery.
You could put a shopping list on fabric and I'd buy it.
Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. With our
If
soup
Moda are
book-
like, we need one now.
Yeah.
Shopping list.
Our soup book's in the works, isn't it, eh? We'll have to make a book about soup.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Quilts.
Soup for every season.
Quilts
doesn't-
to eat soup in.
Yeah. Ben doesn't know the story. We'll tell
We'll
Ben
tell him
the story
later.
another time.
There you go. There you go. And then there's your waist
Gorgeous.
shaper for the... Yeah, really pretty.
Yeah, and your wadding as well.
And the wadding as
Great.
well.
And of course your pattern.
And the
your
pattern.
to make again and again and again.
Yeah. Make a
Yes.
set. Can't have too many.
No, it's fabulous. And the
Thank
waist
you.
shaper is absolutely brilliant.
It's a
for bag
really good
handles.
way for a bag handle.
Yeah.
Really good way
Yeah.
to make a bag handle.
I sometimes use it as well around the top of a bag in the facing.
Oh, that's
just to
a
give
good
the top of the
a
bag
bit more,
of
and
yeah.
it stays open.
Yeah.
Then. Oh, you are clever.
Just piggybacking on the back of giants.
I I tell you, we were sat in the green room talking about how many tips you pick up by being in here, because when Louisa was doing her sewing hexes together, I thought, yeah, I've done that hundreds of times. I always do one end and stop, and then do the other end and stop. And I was just there thinking, why haven't I been zigzagging round?
That little travelling stick.
Why haven't I done that?
Super
I would never
clever.
have thought of it.
I know, it's super clever, isn't it? And the tacking the corners of the
And
hexagons.
just the tacking of the corners.
Yeah.
Who knew? Maybe that's why she's on the telly.
That's why you're on the telly, Janet. Right, one more kit, and then we'll do pattern on its own. This one is called Blues. Oh, they knocked themselves out with that name,
Well,
didn't they?
it's about the fabric collection is called the Blues. And it's
Oh,
about jazz
there you go then.
music.
Ah.
Yes.
Ooh. I like the lining.
Josephine,
Sheet music.
Yes, sheet music, tiny, tiny little ink splatters to sort of give you the idea of musical notes. It's not terribly literal.
I was going to say, can you play it?
Yeah, you probably could. Probably could.
Would it be a tune?
Yeah, no.
No.
Then this is the texture, which is always really nice to have.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Definitely nice to have. And then this, because it's jazz, this is all the music dancing in the air, all the notes flowing around. And then 4 beats in a bar, so that's what that print's about.
Oh, I
And
love that.
is Josephine Baker had a pet cheetah, and she used to bring it with her. And it used to sort of just get out while she was performing. So that I had to have a cheetah print. I didn't bring my pet cheetah with me.
But talk about reinterpreted. Love that.
Thank you. Yeah, so really, they're really musical, but you have to really look carefully to see,
Yeah.
because I don't want it to be too literal.
No. And of course, you get your waist shaper, you get your wadding, and you get your pattern
Yeah,
as well.
your pattern.
$39.99.
And really good use of some fat quarters.
Yeah, it's great.
We love a fat quarter.
Now, we also have the pattern on its own. If you're thinking like I'm thinking, I've just bought a pack of 5 fat quarters from Janet Clare. What about making a bag? You need the messages bag pattern. Let me grab that and I'll show you. So this is the pattern itself, Janet.
Pattern on its own, always useful. Again, we've got a colouring in sheet and lots of, we've done it tonally so you can switch out what you need. And there is also sometimes a little video. So we've got a little icon that tells you if the step in the instructions has got a little video. Quilting, laying it out. There you go. Adding the lining, adding the handles. And these little clips are very handy. Did you have those on earlier?
We did, they were our early birds.
Yeah. I got some of that. The elf gave me some of those years ago. And I was like, oh, yeah, thanks. And then they were in the studio and I thought, oh, I need those. Oh, I need more. Oh, I need more. When you've got them, you realise.
You need 100.
You do
A
need
message.
them.
Hello. Just
Hello.
bought the bag pattern and the lovely postcard pack.
Oh.
That's from Carolyn, who's in sunny Torquay.
Oh, nice.
Torquay.
Thank you.
Torquay's got such a kind of unspoiled.
Yeah, just really. I've
along
never
the
been,
coast.
but
Whereas a lot of other places, it's all sort of, amusement market. It's just very unspoiled. Lucky thing you.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Well done on getting the fat quarter pack and the messages
you.
bag kit.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
And you also get, it's a little free download. There's a little slip of paper in your fat quarters, and it tells you how to find them. And this pencil case is made from 1 fat quarter.
Oh, fantastic.
1 fat quarter, 1 zip.
Oh, I see what you did. Now, we started with Abracadabra, and this is a bit of magic because you've used the right side and the wrong side.
Just to do that. And then we have, of course, half square triangles. And to compensate for the width of the zip, we've got the same half square triangles, but I've just added a little insert so everything sits really flatly.
Very clever.
All came out of 1 fat quarter. I've got raw edges inside, but I'm sure you're clever enough to work out how to French seam them or whatever.
You could do that. You could
Or just
zigzag
not worry about
them.
it. But it is fully lined.
Yep.
Nice little zip in it. And I do like things to open out properly. So that's your little freebie. And then the other thing that I've been making, pattern weights. You were on the sewing bee, did you see?
What?
They gave you, this episode, this series. They
Episode
did a
3.
little introduction to starting back from the beginning, and there you were, and Lauren
on the first
was there.
episode.
Yes, and we were all going, "No, Stuart, there he is."
Looking terrified.
Yeah, I know, you didn't know what you were letting yourself in for, did you?
I know. I think the thing was, at that point, it was like, oh, what am I doing? What on earth?
What have I
You know when they say, be careful what you wish for? There's another one for your apron. Be careful what you wish for. And I was like, I wanted to be here, and now I am so out of my depth.
You weren't.
But, well, in fairness, though, I was, because I wasn't a dressmaker, and originally it wasn't a dressmaking competition. It was quilting, bag making, home decor, soft furnishing.
Was it? Because that's why it's called the sewing bee and not the dressmaking studio or whatever.
And if you listen as well, in the first series, they keep on saying we're here to find Britain's best amateur sewer, not best amateur dressmaker. And now you definitely say best amateur dress. So they'd kept the original script, but changed the format.
Interesting.
So I'd been picked on the basis that I did soft furnishings, and a dabble at dressmaking. But of course, you can't dabble and then go in and make a lined jacket. That's a step too far. So I was a bit terrified.
Did very well. Anyway, little pattern weights. Start with a little rectangle. I think I've got 14 or 15 out of a fat quarter of these, and you make a little humbug, so you have that seam, fill it up. And then, of course, you sew it together the other way, and it gives you the little humbug pattern weights that's filled with rice. So I just looked quickly around the studio of what you can do with a fat quarter. I mean, apart from the obvious, and they're really useful.
Yeah, very useful
Really,
indeed.
really useful.
Grab
Nice
your fat
little
quarters
gift.
while you can. Now, I think we had a couple of messages for you, Janet. We'll just grab those up. Would you apply for the sewing bee if you could?
No. No, I've watched it now. No.
Yeah, I'd never apply for it now, never in a million years. Sandra from Lanarkshire says, it's weird going for the messages on the telly. It said here all the time in Glasgow. Sandra, in not so sunny Glasgow.
It was supposed to be the warmest May on record, wasn't it? I think it's just because the nighttime temperatures were elevated.
I don't know. We're still lighting the wood burner, Janet.
It's cold.
3 days ago, something, I think we lit a fire. Claire says, does Janet Clare fabric need to be washed prior to use with the quilt kits?
They always say you should, but hand on heart, I don't really. I think if you were using a really dark, maybe like making indigo and cream or red and white, you may as well wash it. But it doesn't really shrink or anything. No. So, and you definitely don't wash a pre-cut because it'll just fray and do whatever. So you should, but I don't.
Yeah. I steam press all my fabrics. So if there's the slightest bit of shrinkage, steam press in it,
that will do.
Hot setting steam will do it. And
I do sometimes starch, and then wouldn't wash it before I starched
but
it.
good quality fabrics don't bleed.
It doesn't bleed, and I've never had any. I mean, I've never. So we'll just cover our backs and say you should, but we don't.
True.
Should, but we don't.
But when I wash my quilts, I always throw in some colour catchers.
Colour catchers. Throw in just to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only because sometimes you can get almost a sort of slight greying of fabric, just where it all kind of mushes together into a slightly shadowy colour, and it can just tinge everything.
Yes, but that's what happens to laundry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So it will happen to a quilt. But yeah, no need to really. Unless I guess if you were using vintage fabric, you'd want to wash it to just check that it was free of. But I don't think they've got any dressing on them. I don't think patchwork fabric has got any dressing or anything on it that needs to be removed.
No, exactly. The only time you get that sort of heavy stiffening of fabric is if it's really poor quality, trying to masquerade as better quality.
As better quality.
Yeah.
And we don't do that here.
No, we don't do that here.
We don't do that.
We do not. Right.
Right, what am I doing? Am I sewing?
Yes.
I'm sewing.
Yes, please.
Okay.
What can you show us?
I have a little demo, sorry, rustling around, for how you will make the fabric straps.
So this is for the messages bag.
For your messages bag.
Let me grab.
My demo is in very old fabric, Freya and Fred. I don't know whether anyone remembers that.
I remember the book.
You remember the book?
Yeah.
There you go, look, it suits you.
Yeah, no, I love it. And these shoulder straps with the waist shaper in are really sturdy.
They are.
They feel like they'll stand up. They're comfortable, but they feel like they'll stand up to proper use.
Yeah. Now, we had, Tessa and I had quite a long conversation about how long the bag handle should be, and we had different, I think we had slightly different opinions. So I like it to be quite long, and she likes it to be a little bit shorter, so it's neater under the arm. So the length of the straps that I've got in the pattern, you can just completely ignore and work out how long you want them to be. And also you could put a different strap in. You could put like the little just handheld strap in the middle, couldn't you?
You could.
Just put that in there and then have the longer one. But the waist shaper is really good. I've got step outs and I will do some sewing. So basically you're going to cut the fabric, the width basically of the waist shaper, and you're going to iron that on, fuse that on. It's just how you would do a fusible interfacing. That's basically what it is. And it's got these perforated lines regularly along it. And then all you're going to do is you're going to fold in and you're going to press. You fold in the raw edges. I think if you wanted to make, now I haven't written the pattern or the fabric requirements for this, but you could make wider straps, couldn't you? Because you could set up two like that and then sew them down there and have a much wider strap. But it really behaves itself, she says. Like that.
And you getting
like
that lovely crisp straight edge.
Really crisp
That's
straight
just from
edge.
using the waist shaper.
Just because those perforations just fold it in for you, and then you can fold it in on itself, and then you just have to sew down. And it's super simple. You do want a nice new needle for this.
Okay. Have you got one?
Probably not. It's whatever was in the machine in the green room.
You know they never get changed, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, everyone's too busy. It's live TV. We've got to move on. And you could, I've got blue thread. You could do it something that vanishes, sinks in, or something that's more contrast. And you could, well, you can do multiple lines. So I've got some quilting there.
That's nice. I like that.
A little bit of quilting. So it's very, very simple. And really, really useful. Much easier than sort of layering up fabrics and trying to get multiple layers of fabric to behave itself.
Or turning through.
Or turning through.
Yeah, which with the best will in the world, you can end up with a bit of a wobbly strap. This is really straight and
really,
true.
really straightforward and true. So there you go. And then what you need to think about, I put, when it's over your shoulder, I put that, which is the raw, well, they're not raw, but you know, that opening, I try to work out what that with the bit that wasn't going to be rubbed all the time. So maybe I put it inside. I can't remember, but I do remember thinking where would be the best place to put that. And you could, if you didn't want to machine sew that, you could slip stitch that closed and then it would look immaculate. It wouldn't have that seam there. You can always sew down the other side as well, but nice sturdy bag handle with no effort.
Yeah,
it's quite nice, isn't it? You just get your 1/4 inch foot and a contrast colour. And there's no Patrick or Esme breathing down your neck, so you're good to go.
Well, of course, series 1 we had May Martin. I do remember. I'll share this with you.
May.
I was mortified.
Wasn't she more of a teacher? She had a teaching sort of attitude, didn't she?
I mean, May's fantastic. Yeah, I love May. But she did absolutely take the wind out of my sails because, dressmaking, no good. But I thought I could do top stitching. I thought I could do, and actually on my skirt, she picked out my top stitch, and she said, now, if you can't do your top stitching neatly, you really shouldn't do it at all. It's like, oh, well, I'll just get my bag and go now, shall I? I'll just go home. I was mortified.
But we're all shouting at the TV because my mum, my sister and my auntie Liz, we all watch it with them, a WhatsApp conversation open. So we all sit there chatting. We're going, if no one finished in time, you didn't give them enough time.
It's true. I think there's a lot of people been saying that about this series. For goodness sake, give them longer.
Time. Yeah, and the fabric and all the effort's wasted because they'll go, oh, I know it won't fit, but I haven't got time to fix it. And you think, well, that's such a waste. Yeah. Teach us how to fix it.
Yeah. And show me the best you can do.
Show me the best you
rather
can
than
do.
what you can do when you're under ridiculous pressure. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, Anne, who won the first series, I mean, her
She was
sewing
immaculate.
would have brought anybody to tears. It was beautiful. But I remember her saying afterwards, nobody is ever going to see any of this clothing that I've made because it is so shoddy. And those were her exact words. It is so shoddy. And yet, May and Patrick were almost in tears about her pattern matching and her,
Yeah.
you know, but she thought it was, compared with what she could do at home, she
Of
thought it was
enough
shoddy.
time to do it.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've only got to please yourself.
Fascinating. You've only got to please
You
yourself.
haven't got to please me,
No,
you, or
no.
Esme, or Patrick.
No, and all we were saying is, well, you've just got to enjoy it as well. So, you know, top stitching, you think that's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's a bag handle.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Let it go.
I'm sure your hem of your skirt is still up. It hasn't fallen down.
I wouldn't bank on it. I don't think so. 12 years on.
Well, you haven't been wearing it, have you? So
No.
it's probably fine.
No. I
It's in an
haven't.
archive somewhere.
It's in a carrier bag in my sewing room. It's all in there. Yeah, but we're not allowed to give them away, sell them, show them.
You're not allowed to do anything. Surely after 12 years you'd be good.
No. Secret little archive.
Okay.
Fab. Well,
Right
so
then.
that's handles.
Should we
Great.
do, what do you want me to do? Should we do some sewing?
Yes, please.
Should we get some, we're on half square triangles. I'm just looking in my magic box here.
How are we doing on the fat quarters, by the way, Ben? Okay, all of the fat quarter packs, over half the stock has gone of each one. Heavens above. Do it again, Janet.
Heavens above.
Really limited. Perfect.
Heavens above.
Wasted here. Oh, no, now you're milking it.
Too much. Right, square dance. That's not square, obviously. You can see that they're not the same size. I was making the half square triangles 8 at a time, this, and you have 2 sizes to make. So draw on each diagonal. Let's finish this one, shall we?
Okay.
I've got piles everywhere.
So this is making 8 half square triangles.
8 half square triangles at a time. We could even cut them open, couldn't we?
So 2 large squares.
You're making 2 large squares, and they are needed for the borders, and then these ones that form that sort of triangular flat shape with quilts coming, and then lots and lots of little ones, which we haven't trued up. So yeah, and I said when I arrived this morning, it really is half square triangle day because they're so versatile. And there's a lot you can do with the fat quarters as well. And you can make a fantastic quilt just by subdividing those fat quarters into half square triangles, isn't there?
Definitely.
You can really do a lot. And there you go.
Oh, Christine's getting on board. She says, I agree. We've opened a can of worms.
Good,
Janet.
good. Another one.
This year's Great British Sewing Bee contestants seem to include some experienced and some novice sewers, but please give them more time and it will increase their confidence. I think that's very true, Christine.
Yeah, and I think it would be nice if they said, I don't think you put your zip in very well, for them to have edited down like a 1-minute top tips of how you get a zip to go in, and then it can be linked to a YouTube video. I think there should be more teaching available to it. A bit more encouragement and sharing of the knowledge.
Bit more carrot, bit less stick.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so, don't you?
Yeah.
But I mean, what a life-changing experience, Stuart.
Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Absolutely life-changing.
Yeah. I mean, when I remember sitting on the station in Yorkshire, waiting for my train to take me to London to start filming the first episode. And I remember just my tummy was
Just
going
go
over
rolling and rolling and rolling.
Yep. And, I was just, thinking, why? And then, of course, on the first night, before we started filming, I met the other contestants. They'd arranged this dinner so that we could all meet up and sort of talk about, you know.
What have we done to ourselves?
Well, not really. It was sort of like, you know, again, Anne, lovely Anne, adore. She said, I was sitting next to her, and she said, why don't we, as a little icebreaker, why don't we introduce ourselves and just say, you know, what our dressmaking experience is. So she's like, you know, I'm Anne Rowley, I'm 81, and I make more or less every single thing I wear, apart from underwear and t-shirts, because they're boring. And I've done that since I was about 12. Who's next? And then turned to me. I was like, cheers. No, thank you.
I'm in the wrong room.
I was
Bye.
like, hi, I'm Stuart. I'm, about more or less the same. Yeah.
Totally.
Who's next?
Totally. I had, we were watching something on the BBC, like Secrets of the National Trust or something,
Oh, yeah.
and they had their clock conservator, the National Trust clock conservator called Matthew, and I'd met him when I was teaching at the Westdean. And he was on my table for dinner, and we got chatting, and we were talking about my ladies on the beginner's patchwork course. We were all talking about how hard it is to get a quarter of an inch seam to be accurate, and he was just sat there rocking because he's in like micro millimeter things with metal that doesn't bend. We just thought we were hysterical.
Exactly. My dad was an engineer, and he was exactly the same. You know, it was all down to thousandth of a millimetre or whatever.
Yeah. There you go.
Great.
That is that little section there, if you can see, just that little bit.
I mean, it never looks like it'll fit together.
It never looks like it will fit together, but you just do. I'm not even trimming these down. We've gone rogue now.
Oh.
We'll just sew them down. We'll
Just sew them.
We'll just
that
sew
doesn't
them.
look like
How
it'll fit
bad?
together, Janet.
Let's just do
I'm
it.
saying that now so that if it doesn't fit together, I
It
can say
won't
I told
fit
you.
together. It won't
Oh,
fit
it won't?
together. We haven't trimmed them down.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But we don't care. We don't care. So you're watching this season then? You must be watching this season.
Actually, I have not seen any of it yet.
Ah.
What I tend to do is have a bit of a binge watch of
watch it
a few.
all.
It tends to take me about 3 or 4 weeks before I'm ready, and then I want to get into it hard. you know?
Okay, all right.
The one thing I wish was that no one went home week 1. Don't you think?
I think week 1 is so hard to go home.
Yeah, and I mean, I benefited from it. Don't get me wrong, because if I'd have gone home week 1, that would have been the last of it. But you see, like I know from my own series, you know, one of the best sewers in first series of Sewing Bee, Michelle, went home at the end of day 1, week 1.
Okay.
She was undoubtedly one of the best contestants.
Because it's edited so carefully, you kind of, they always make it seem that you think, well, yeah, it's a shame, but fair enough.
No,
she didn't.
Seriously, she made one mistake.
Okay.
She in her final dress, she stretched the neckline,
Oh,
and it was a crossover dress.
Yeah, so it gaped.
Yeah, and so it gaped open. It was one mistake, but it was enough for the judges to send her home. But she was undoubtedly final material, without a doubt. So,
Yeah. And she knew it was stretched as well, and she had racing around trying to get it finished.
it's one of those things where you think, really, what we could do with here is a sort of, you know, you can score a maximum number of points for this. You can lose a maximum number of points.
Maybe.
No one should go home because of one fault.
One fault.
You know, and who cares if Patrick doesn't like the fabric? That shouldn't come into it at all, my opinion.
No, it shouldn't. This is true. Yeah, it is. What I do like, though, is that we've got Any Craft on mainstream primetime television.
Yeah, sure.
It's 9 o'clock, isn't it, on the Beeb, which is just...
That's not prime time, it's after my bedtime.
Well, yeah.
That's part of the reason why I haven't watched it yet.
Is it too late for you? Mind you, if you're getting up at 5, whenever it is on the
4:30.
regular... 4:30? Yeah. Yeah, no. Right, I've done no pressing. I haven't trimmed these down to size.
You're an absolute
I'm
rebel.
such a rebel. That would be the genes from my gangster granny who was spying with her messages.
Absolutely.
That's what you reckon. It's all coming together now, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
They didn't ever look like they're going to work together, but they will. Actually, you
Is
could
it
fold
actually
that in.
gonna fit?
Well, it'll fit
Yeah, it
close
is.
enough.
Good. Teresa says, I'm so agreeing with all your comments about the sewing bee. Yeah, Sue says, the more I see of the sewing bee, the more ridiculous the time pressures seem. I would much rather see the best that they could do with a lot more time and perhaps learn more. I agree. And although, you know, it isn't meant to be learn how to dress.
No, it's not.
show.
No, it's not.
That is Sewing Street.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
Sewing Street is for, to teach you how.
Yes.
But even so,
it seems like they're deliberately not giving them enough time.
Yeah. Because, you know, jeopardy, drama.
I get that. Yeah, I get that it's got to be exciting television. There needs to be some element of competition about it. And I mean, we get behind people, don't we?
Yeah,
So as it is all part of it. We're just nitpicking. We love it. We love it. But yeah, you can definitely pick up some tips here. I mean, I've just sat in the green room thinking, those hexagons, I was just there, why haven't I thought of that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Why haven't I thought of that?
Yeah, I do think Sewing Street is the very best for learning techniques, and especially if you're a regular viewer, it adds together over a period of time.
Yeah, it accumulates, doesn't it? And you see different ways of doing things. And you've got to try them all and then work out which one suits you and your style.
And that project.
And the project, yeah.
Because I mix and match my techniques depending on what I'm making.
I'm not really... I sew faster because I've got a deadline than I would do naturally. And when it comes to cutting out, you know, we've got the cutting list on the patterns and it always says, you know, cut 300 squares. I never do that. I just cut like 20 till I'm bored and then I sew. I sew until I'm bored, then I iron.
Boredom threshold.
I have.
20.
And then I iron till I'm bored and then I just break it down so that I'm always interested in what I'm doing.
So
if
tell
I
me,
had a
Janet,
little ironing person.
Oh, I
could
can iron it
that.
for you.
I could have ironed it
saying that, I
any...
haven't actually
Well, it
got
doesn't
an
matter, it's
I'll use
done.
my hot fingernails.
There you go, it doesn't matter, it's done.
Let me ask you, sewing superpower and biggest sewing faux pas.
Oh, gosh, I've got so many.
What's your superpower?
Not worrying about mistakes,
Okay.
just going for it. And what's the other one? Faux pas.
And your biggest sewing faux pas, or the biggest sort of, or the thing that you do that you really should improve on?
Oh, so much. I'm pretty much slapdash, I think. I could take my time. And I don't make things wonky on purpose, but I don't care if they are wonky. So that means that you're never really improving
I think
your
you've just got an
accuracy.
attitude problem.
I think I have got an attitude problem. But actually, my biggest sewing thing is that once I can imagine, like making that is enough for me because I know what the quilt's going to look like now.
Sure.
So I would really like just to hand that over.
Really?
Yeah, and not make the quilt.
Okay.
And then make design the next thing.
You really have got a low boredom threshold.
I have. I like designing the best.
Yeah.
Designing's the best. But I do love a scrappy quilt. And
Well, that's the thing that keeps you going with something like that, isn't
it
it?
is.
That every unit is actually a little bit different.
And it's really, when I was sewing just for me, this was so relaxing of an evening, you know, get the kids to bed, get the house sort of ish tidy, and then sit at the machine for an hour was so relaxing and lovely.
what
And I
a
guess
treat.
now that there's a deadline and an end goal, the feeling of the sitting at the sewing machine has changed.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take a bit of time out just to enjoy it. I've just bought fabrics and I'm just designing a quilt that's just for me.
That's nice.
Yeah, just for me.
And don't show it to anyone.
It might end up as something one day, but I'm not making it with that intention. It's just for me.
Yep.
Christine says, if I say comments on sewing pages requesting more sewing shows, I always comment and share a link to the amazing Sewing Street.
Well
we really
done.
appreciate that, Christine. Thank you. We do our best.
We do, and every guest comes with a lot of demos, a lot of step outs, a lot of tips, how they do things. That's a big part of preparing to come on the TV.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. If you haven't already got your pattern, by the way, for Square Dance, can I just recommend it? Because this is one of my favourite quilts. I've never seen this one before. It's so beautiful. We've still got the actual quilt. Do you mind if I grab it?
So the version I made is every indigo print that I could find and a I think it's probably a Bella Solid, something like that. A real neutral.
Yeah. It's
Thank you. And
elegant,
it looks
perfect.
hard. Yeah, and it looks harder than it is. It's just half square triangles and how you arrange them.
Well, you've literally just made
Yeah.
that unit, which is
Yes,
this
that
here,
there. Yeah.
this here.
Yeah, with no pressing and no trimming down. So, you know, if you don't want to do any of those things or you find it hard or anything, you haven't got the gear, don't let it stop you. You can still do it.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It's fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's
fun.
lovely. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
It's one of those quilts I wish I'd made.
Ah,
But I can make it. Yeah, I will make it.
you can make it.
Will make it. Well, I won't need to because didn't you say I could keep that one?
Yeah.
I'm sure I did. Sure I did.
They'll just lock the door of the studio and I won't get in. That'll be fine. There you go. Really easy. Half square triangle day.
Perfect. Love that. Now, the quilt that's hanging behind us, this is called Abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Tell me why.
Because it was a mystery quilt along, I'm going to sneeze, with my email club. We're always working on a quilt together. And we were making it through lockdown. And I found the phrase abracadabra is actually like a talisman for keeping evil spirits and things away, and it seemed very fitting for the time. And so it was called Abracadabra because you got the reveal at the end.
Yes.
And it was very useful quilt to protect you.
And it's a bit of magic.
It's a bit of magic.
So you get your pattern.
Yes.
There's a combination of different skills in this, isn't there?
There are. So half square triangles, quarter square triangles, then the, what did you call them, the pinwheel?
Oh, that split pinwheel.
The split pinwheel block, and then a very few blocks need foundation piecing, but it's really simple foundation piecing. So it's a really good introduction to those skills that you need there. And it's really, all the tonal range is done for you.
Sorry,
And
I've completely messed up that.
that's all right. You can do it in any order you like.
There we go.
There you
That's
go. So really nice introduction to the skills, and it's beginner friendly, I think, and it's 64 inches square, which is a really useful size.
Fab. The kit for this quilt, very popular. There's 3 interest-free split pays if you would like them. $49.99 today gets the kit home in 3 to 5 days, and then you can crack on. In a month's time, you make your second payment. A month after that, the final payment. But it's a nice way of splitting the payments if that's what would suit you. You know, brilliant. Absolutely great. Janet, thank you so much.
It's so nice being here. I've got to hit the motorway now. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Well, I hope it's an easy run home.
It'll be good.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
All right,
And I'll
you
see
take care.
you in a few weeks, hopefully.
Yeah, when are you back?
9th of July, quite soon.
Well, don't forget, there are some Janet Clare products in tomorrow's show. Let me tell you about the menu. So at 8 o'clock, it's World Oceans Day tomorrow, and we're celebrating in big style. At 8 a.m, it's the Lewis and Irene Ocean Pearls collection, a fabulous new collection from my friends at Lewis and Irene. Now, at 9 o'clock, Emma Bradford is here, and we'll be focusing on a beautiful book from Kimiko Friedel called Miniature Quilts. At 10 o'clock, it's a brand new launch with a brand new guest, Janie's original vintage collection. So meet a brand new guest tomorrow at 10. Now at 11 o'clock, the history and future of improv quilting book by Nicholas Ball. That's Nicholas's Quilts from the Attic first book. With Emma Bradford, so we're going to be getting a bit contemporary there. And then at 12 o'clock, ocean kits and fabrics, and that's where we'll have some of Janet's beautiful products.
I've brought a box of treats in for
Brilliant.
you to
You
look at.
absolutely have. Gorgeous. Right. Thank you very much for your kind comments and getting involved today. And also thank you for your company. I will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. It's a date, right? Be there. I will see you in the morning.
Bye.